First of all, I would like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for loving me and counting me worthy to endure the ultimate trial. I'd like to thank Him and let Him know I love Him with all my heart and soul, and thank Him for never leaving me and adorning me with His majestic love and sheltering me with His presence. All glory and honor to you, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, for you alone are worthy to be glorified, honored, praised, and worshipped. I love you, my Lord and my God. At this time, I would like to present my testimony of what God has done in my life. Today, I'm going to speak of the good, the bad, and the ugly in my life, but how Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, brought and guided me through it all with His great power and love. Today, you will also see one of the greatest apparitions known to man and see that God has been with me all along. Before I start, I'd like to let you know I would not like to show emotions during this testimony, as I fear I might let my emotions get the better of me. My birth name is Kevin R., but I have come to know that I am Israel, a messenger for Jesus Christ. My early years were somewhat uneventful, but marked by events and behavior that I now sincerely regret. In 2007, I received a prophecy from a man by the name of Dr. Sandy Culkin. I met him at a church event. He told me that at or around the age of 33, I would go through the ultimate trial, but that I needed to trust God because He would be with me and speak to me directly and in mysterious ways. He said that I should trust the process. He also told me that I would become rich and feed the poor. Amazingly, he was correct about almost everything. There are no riches yet, but I am still very interested in feeding the poor, and I do what I can to help others. I did indeed suffer the ultimate trial, similar to Joseph in the Bible, and it has changed me dramatically. God has transformed me from being a sinner, and He has purified my heart. I no longer have hatred for those I consider to be my enemies. I also can truly say that I don't have the love of money in my heart. I'm not a materialistic man, and I can now pray for my enemies with a pure heart, all of which I was unable to do before my trial. I am not consumed by anger, lust, or greed, and my life is now marked by prayer and my love for Jesus Christ, as well as love for others. I have written my testimony as a way of processing all that has happened and transpired in my trial and transformation in my life, and believe that by sharing it with others, I can draw them to Christ. This is my mission because I firmly believe that if God can work through a man like me, He can do wonders in the lives of others, if only they can be persuaded to believe. In the summer of 2017, I met this girl on Facebook. I sent her a message, and within 5 minutes, she was sending me full nudes. I knew not to go after a girl like that, but we clicked right away and became best friends. It was never a dull moment, as we could stay on the phone day and night. We would even fall asleep on the phone, etc. When I first started talking to her, she had told me that she was targeted by her ex-husband and his mom, that the cops would follow her everywhere. I believed her because I knew how crooked the government is. When I first met her and gained her trust, she told me about her ex-mother-in-law, her ex-husband's mom. She told me that his mom made her be in the room while she killed her own mom. Jen told me how she suffocated her own mom and how she made her watch. Jen told me she killed her mom to get an inheritance. So we would talk for a few months, then get in an argument and stop talking for close to a month. She messaged me after the first argument, and we started talking again. Within another month, we would get in another argument and stop talking for another month or so. After that, I sent her a message to see how she was doing. She told me she was in Florida doing porn. I convinced her that it was wrong. She then got it in her mind that she wanted to leave, and I told her to wait until the next day that I would get her a plane ticket, as my sister had to work for the airlines. My sister wasn't able to book her a flight the next day, but she would only be able to book the flight the day after. Jen didn't want to wait that long and bought her own ticket. We started talking again every day. A few months later, my parents would call the cops on me. The cops came to the gate as the gate was closed and my dog was loose. I went over to the cop and told him to hold on as I wanted to put my dog up. I started to walk away to put my dog away, and the cop came in the yard. The cops wrestled me and hit my dog in the mouth with a baton, chipping his tooth. I'd also like to note that the cop who hit my dog with the baton was so proud of himself for hitting him and was bragging to his fellow officers. The cops then put me in the cop car and wouldn't let me close, and I wouldn't let them close the door as I held the door open with my legs. I would then get arrested and charged with battery, resisting, etc. I went to jail for 10 days. When I got out, my parents tried getting me admitted to the state hospital. The cop would then take me there. I spoke to the psychiatrist and took his test. He told me that they couldn't hold me there as nothing was wrong with me. I then left there and walked back to my parents' house where I was living before I got arrested. When I got there, they would get mad at me and say they didn't want me at the house because I didn't let them commit me to the state hospital. After hours of being outside, they would let me back in. I would then go and talk to the district attorney and went to a few court settings, etc. The district attorney then made a deal to get out of New Mexico for 2 years and the charges would be dropped. I agreed. And they set a court date for a month later or so. 2 weeks after getting the offer, I was talking to Jen one night and told her just to come and pick me up. I was just playing around with her. She started packing her things to come. I told her I was just messing around. She then told me, "You shouldn't have told me. I'm going." She would then arrive in New Mexico. She stayed a few days. We hung out and went to the lake and barbecued with my family, etc. After 3 or 4 days, all of a sudden, she started an argument with me and said she was going to Albuquerque to see a guy she knew from there. I was hurt that she did that, so I drank for almost 2 days straight. At night, after the second day, all of a sudden, my mom got a phone call from Jen. She said Jen was on her way to pick me up. I knew not to go with her as she had just did that to me and went to be with another man. For some reason, I had a change of heart. It was probably because I was wasted and I had to get out of New Mexico. I then took a shower while my mom and Jen packed my suitcases. We loaded up the van and I went to my little brother's grave to tell him bye, and we left for Illinois. I like to note that right before I met Jen, I would get baptized as I was going to church 3 to 4 times a week. I believe God got me baptized and I got saved before leaving to Illinois. Meeting her was a mistake. I have since learned that October is the worst, unluckiest month for Taurus. So we would be on our way to Illinois. In Kansas, we'd get pulled over for no reason. The cop said we were speeding. He also said that he smelled weed. Another officer arrived and they made us get out of the van. The officers searched the van and tore the van inside out. My mom had put a bag of red chili in my suitcase and the cop thought it was drugs. After a while, one cop made us go to the curb while the other cop stayed searching. I had a board that my neighbor had gave me years ago. It was a board of Celtic art and it takes a genius to make. The neighbor who gave it to me was a doctor, psychologist, etc. He was a genius. He spoke 7 languages, etc. He said I would easily be able to sell it for thousands of dollars. I saved the board for years as I planned to sell it if I ever came into a rut and needed cash. So anyway, one cop would distract us and the other cop kept searching. All of a sudden, the cop that was still searching came to the other cop and said, "Let's go, we have an emergency call." When me and Jen got back in the van, we couldn't find her vape. The red chili was gone and a few other things. The cop left his flashlight on the van, so I got it. When we then left and drove for about 5 to 10 minutes, I realized my board was gone. The cop had stole that also. I truly believe it was all set up. I believe her ex-husband had a tracker on her van. It was so sketchy how everything happened and how all of a sudden they just left and they stole things from us, especially my board that was about 4 feet tall. I still didn't know how I could have missed it when I got back in the van. We would then arrive in Carmi, Illinois. Jen had a house in Carmi that she was renting as she worked in Carmi as a nurse. She also had a house in Fairfield that she was letting her brother and his girlfriend stay at. She rented a house in Carmi because she would work 12-hour shifts and was too tired to drive close to an hour back to Fairfield. Plus, she rented a house in Carmi because the cops were harassing her so bad in Fairfield. When we got to Carmi, Jen only made $17.50 an hour. A week after being there, her landlord said he was selling the fleet of houses he had inherited. He said we could buy the house for 25 grand, but if we didn't want to buy it, we had to get out by the next month. We didn't want to buy it because it had water problems and it had roaches. A week later, I had to fly back to New Mexico to take care of my court and accept the plea that they had offered. Jen drove me to St. Louis Airport. I then arrived in New Mexico and took care of my court and decided to head back as soon as possible. I then packed two suitcases full of clothes. I had 2 leather jackets, some of my clothes, and a bunch of clothes that my sister had gave to Jen. I then got to the airport and got on the plane and flew out. I had a layover in Kansas and had to board another plane. When I arrived in St. Louis, the airlines lost my luggage again. I never found it. Jen would then pick me up and we would go back to Carmi. When we got back to Carmi a few days later, Jen's friend Tara would call Jen. Jen hadn't heard from Tara in years. They got to talking and Jen told her that she had to move out of the house she was renting in Carmi. Tara would then tell Jen that she had a house in Carmi and that we could live in it for free. We went and looked at the house and it was totally run down and full of boxes, full of stuff inside the house. I then started thinking and said we can stay there till we save up enough money to get another car so I could start bartering again. I told myself that I would sacrifice living there just so I could be the provider and man of the house. I wanted to make something out of myself again, so I sacrificed living there. The house is old and super spooky. During the time living there, Jen would get in an argument. Jen would get in an argument with me for no reason and leave for a few days. She did that 2 different times living at that house. Right before we had moved, Jen got into an argument with me for no reason and left for the day. Later on, I was talking to her on the phone. She said she had been cruising around Carmi. I told her to let's video chat. We did, and I could see the fields of corn in the background. I then told her that she wasn't in Carmi, and she said that she went to Fairfield. I had caught her in another lie. I wanted to leave back home right there, as I knew I couldn't trust her. I didn't leave, or couldn't leave, should I say, as I was kicked out of New Mexico for 2 years. We then moved into Tara's house. It took us 2 full days to clear out the house and put the stuff in the shed in the back. We then moved her stuff in, went and had the water turned on, etc. The house was old and the pipes were so flimsy or old that the pipes busted right away. I spent a full day under the house with her dad fixing the pipes. The pipes held up for a day or so and then more pipes broke. All the pipes were corroded, so every time we would wash dishes or use the restroom, I would have to go outside and turn the water on for a few minutes and turn it back off. We also didn't have heat in the house, as her friend didn't want to get it turned on right away as she was on vacation. We didn't have hot water the entire time we lived there. I would heat water in pots and fill the bathtub just so we could take a bath. I did everything for Jen. Made her bath, combed her hair, just things that a man would normally do, not for a girl. I honestly thought that God had put me with her to go through the ultimate struggle. I also thought she loved me because she too was willing to sacrifice living in practically an abandoned house. I'd like to mention that we did try to go back to the house Jen owned in Fairfield, but her brother had changed the locks. It took us months to get him out. One day, Jen and I decided to go visit her parents in Fairfield. We got there, and her dad and I decided to go for a ride, drinking and cruising around. We came upon a field, a church, and did donuts in the van. One of Jen's ex-husband's family member took a pic of van doing donuts. They turned the pic in over to the cops. Nothing happened till later. No charges were brought up till later on. Another time, as we were living in that house, it was so hot outside as it was summer. We then decided to go to her house in Fairfield to get a few window air conditioners. We called her brother many times, but he didn't answer. So we broke in the window in the basement, went in and got a few air conditioners and left. Jen's brother got home and tried to press charges on us for breaking and entering. As we got back to Carmi, a mile away from there we lived, there was a cop parked in a farm building parking lot. We passed by and he pulled us over and said that we were speeding. He went back to his patrol car after getting the registration. When he came back, he told Jen that the police sergeant from Fairfield wanted to talk to us. We then called him, and he told us that her brother was trying to press charges on us that he couldn't, as they knew who owned the house. The cop then told us how to evict her brother, and we got the eviction process started. It took a few months to evict him. During the time of waiting to evict him, Jen and I would trade a Trek 1000 bicycle that folded up for a 1998 Dodge truck. I'd also like to note that during that time living at that house, I would get to see the eclipse. One day, Jen and I decided to take a nap. All of a sudden, I woke up from a deep sleep. For some reason, I went outside right away. It was dark and the street lights were on. I was confused. I knew we hadn't took a nap that long that it would be nighttime. I went in and told Jen that it was dark outside. She then remembered that it was the eclipse. We went outside and got to see an amazing eclipse. Without a doubt, God woke me up to see something phenomenal. Carmi was also the #1 spot to see the eclipse that year. Another thing I'd like to mention is that on her son Jonah's second birthday, Jen was able to get her son that day, as her ex-husband had been holding her son from her. So we had a birthday party at Jen's mom's house for him. I remember all the adults going inside, and her son, who had just turned 2, was in the house alone with another little girl who was less than a year old. I remember going inside and seeing the 2-year-old little boy hurting the little baby. I told him to stop. He stopped when I told him, but when he seen that I was gone, he would start to hurt her again. I stayed and watched him, then went and told Jen, look at what her son was doing. I truly believe that little boy had pure evil in him, and I believe that he would have killed that little baby had nobody stopped him. I think about it now, and I should have seen all the signs with Jen and her family, how evil they were and whatnot. I also remember taking Jen and her daughter to church, and all they would do was talk to each other and mess around and not even pay attention to the Mass. I was blinded. If I hadn't been so blinded, I would have picked up and left right there. Quite a few months later, we got her brother out and moved into her house in Fairfield. A short while later, I would trade the truck for a 2000 Ford Expedition. I had it a few weeks and wouldn't drive it as it didn't have plates. One day, there was a celebration going on in Fairfield. Jen's cousin came over while she was at work, and me and her cousin walked around the town square for the celebration that was going on, as Jen lived just a few blocks from the town square. We then went back to the house and drank shortly after her cousin would say he needed cigarettes. So I told him we could go to the gas station in the Expedition, but I wasn't driving. He said he'd drive. We went to the gas station and got some smokes. When we left, a cop got behind us right away. I told her cousin pull off the side road. He did. The cops continued to follow us. I then told him to pull into a house driveway. When we did, the cop turned on his lights. He had no reason to follow and pull us over. He got out of his car and went to the front of the SUV to see if it had front plates. He then went back to his car and ran the plates. Before we had left the house, I put plates that didn't belong on it. He then processed to run the plates. During that time, I stayed cussing the cops out. The cops had someone come and pick up Jen's cousin as he was under 18. They charged him for no driver license and wrongful plates. The cops then told me that they were going to tow my SUV, so I had to walk home. We would get the SUV out the next day. The next day, there was also a few cops who waved at us. Jen was totally surprised that the cops were waving at us, as they had harassed her bad. Jen would then tell me the cops finally met their match dealing with me. The cops stopped harassing us for a short while. A month or so later, me and Jen decided to drink. The day was good, and the nighttime came, and we were drunk. We had an argument, and I nubbed her face with the tips of my fingers and pushed her face. She then got in the van and left to her older cousin's house. She told her cousin that we got in an argument and that I slapped her. Her cousin got in the van and drove to the police station and told the cops that I had hit her. I then went looking for Jen, as I thought she was at her mom's out in the country. I got about a mile away from the house and got totally lost. I couldn't figure where I was at. I then parked at a park. I went to sleep as I was wasted. I left the SUV running as it was freezing outside. All of a sudden, a swarm of cops came. They knocked on my window and I took the keys out of the ignition and threw them under the seat as I didn't want to get a DWI for the keys being in the ignition. The cops arrested me and I had Jen go pick me up, Jen go pick my dog up as he was with me. I stayed in jail a week or so. During that time, Jen would put a restraining order on me. I got a bond of $500. Jen didn't have it, so I told her to sell the SUV. She sold the SUV for $800, although it was worth a few grand more than, and it was worth a few grand more, and I got out. Jen then had her dad go to the police station to pick me up. As I was getting ready to leave the police station, 2 cops came up to me. They showed me a picture of the van doing donuts in the field. They asked me if that was me in the picture. I told them it wasn't me. They kept trying to get me to say it was me. So Jen's dad and I would leave the station. I'd like to mention that as I was getting out, one of the correction officers or deputy told me to watch it going over to the White House that was behind the jail, as Jen lived right behind the jail. So Jen's dad and I left as I was going to have him drop me off in the backyard. When we pulled on the road that was close to the house, I seen like 5 to 10 cops talking to Jen. They went over to her house and showed her the pic and asked her if that was me, and she said no. The cops kept trying to get her to say it was me, but she wouldn't give in. I would then meet up with Jen at her friend's house. The next day we went back to the house and she went and got the restraining order dropped. Shortly later on, I found an RV. We went to take a look at it. We drove a few hours away. We got there. The RV wouldn't start. The guy said he had just put a brand new alternator, and then told him if I could get it running, would he take $1,000 cash? He said yes. I got under the RV, hooked the wires up. I then told Jen to try to start it. To our amazement, it cranked right up. So I got a $4,000 RV for $1,000. I cleaned the RV up. As I was cleaning the RV outside the RV, as I was cleaning the outside of the RV, Jen came outside. She had a phone in her hand. She told me, "You know that Justin's family sets people up, right?" She then showed me the phone, and it had like this film over the screen with what looked like grease. She then told me that Justin would get mad at her if she couldn't take it off in less than 2 minutes. We then went inside and started talking about what would be the worst thing to do to frame someone. I told her a few ideas, and I had also told her that pedophiles have it the worst in jail, and that they get beat up everywhere they go. She would later on use what I told her against me. So I cleaned the RV up and I sold it for $3,200 cash, and then went and paid an attorney for Jen to get her son back. The attorney said it would be $2,500. When we got to his office, he said $1,500 for now, so I gave him $1,500. A short while later, I found a Jeep. We went to look at it. I took it for a test drive with the owner, but the lights wouldn't work or the speedometer. I then Googled what could be wrong with it, with the issue it was having. It said it could be a dead battery. I then told the guy I'll take my chance if he would take $1,000. I convinced him to do so. So then I put a new battery and solved the problem. Shortly after, I would trade the SUV for a nice Ford F-150 that was worth $4,000 to $5,000. I would then sell the truck for $3,000 cash. When I sold the truck, me and Jen had been in an argument and she had left. I needed money, so I sold it. I then told Jen that I had sold it a few nights later. Later on that night, as I was sleeping on the porch, as the house was spooky, all of a sudden like 10 cops came up. They arrested me and said that Jen gave them permission to go in the house. They said that they had sent her a letter for me to show up in court for doing donuts, a letter which I never received. They arrested me, and as we walked over to the police station, they told me my bond was $250. I then told them I had the money to bond myself out, and they told me I couldn't bond myself out as they were going to give my money to Jen. They gave her $2,700 of my money. I then called a buddy of mine, and he bonded me out. Jen would stay gone a few days and use up $1,000. When she got back, she told me that she bought her kids shoes and clothes. Jen set that whole thing up to get the money, and the cops violated me by giving her my money. I didn't know 100% at the time if Jen had did it on purpose, but deep down I knew. A few weeks later, I would see her kids at her mom's house. None of them had new shoes on, so I caught her in another lie. As stupid and crazy as this sounds, I got married to Jen. I knew not to, but something or someone made me have a change of heart to marry her. I thought that God made me go through the trial like that to prove that we loved each other if we both were willing to sacrifice what we did. I think about it now, and it was me who did the sacrificing. She only needed me for support, as she knew I wouldn't let anything or no one harm her. People wouldn't believe the harassment we got from the cops. Every time we went into Fairfield, the cops would get behind us and follow us. If I would have known I would have had to deal with the harassment like that, I would have never left New Mexico. A month later, after I arrived in Illinois, Jen's ex-husband Justin was trying to make her lose her nursing license. He had charges on her for punching him. I then would tell Jen what moves to make for the court system, that is. If I hadn't been there, they would have railroaded her, and she would have definitely lost her nursing license. Her husband did everything he could to hurt her, including keeping her son they had together from her. They had a joint custody, but Justin's mom had so much pull in that town that they violated Jen and wouldn't let her see her son. Another thing I'd like to mention is that Jen told me that on a day that was important to her, that her ex-husband would do something to try to ruin her on that day. Like on their anniversary, he had the cops go into her house and search it. She was at work, and they called her and told her that they were going to search the house as they believed there was drugs in the house. Jen told him to wait for her as she got there. When she did, the cops went in. Her ex-husband also tried to make her lose her job when she was an administrator of a nursing home. How she got that job when she was only an LPN, we'll never know. He said she was on drugs, so they gave her a drug test. She said she passed it when they did that, but when I met her, she told me she was dirty, and she didn't know how she came out clean, as she didn't think the niacin would work that fast, but it did. Her ex-husband totally tried to ruin her in every way and in every aspect. A short while later, Jen would cause an argument and leave to her uncle's. She took my dog with her. She stayed gone like 5 days. She went to work with her uncle's wife and supposedly left my dog at that house while she left. She had no right taking my dog. I didn't know why she took him, but now I know, and I'll explain later on. When Jen would get back, I found a receipt from the casino saying she won $1,500. I confronted her about it. I confronted her about her going, and she said she had gone, but that she didn't win anything. Also, when she got back, she said she had spent $700 those 5 days she was gone. I should have left right there, but again, I couldn't, as I was kicked out of New Mexico for 2 years. I'm a man to know better that if a woman starts an argument for no reason just to leave, that there's something wrong there. Words of advice: if a woman does that to you, leave. If a woman does that to you, leave, and vice versa. The crazy part is I should have just chanced coming back, as I knew she was a liar. A little bit of time went by, and she caused an argument on Valentine's Day. She ended up going to her mom's house, and she took my dog again. Note: later on, during the setup, I also found out as to why she was taking my dog. It was because her ex-husband was in love with my dog because he was fully trained. In all my life, I've never seen a dog as smart as him. I'll explain later on as to how I found out that she was taking my dog to see her ex-husband. Not long later on, I would tell Jen about travel nursing. I told her they make so much more. She looked into it and got a job paying $30 an hour in Metropolis. We would rent a motel for a week, then go back to Fairfield for a few days. During that time, commuting, I would save us both, or should I say, God would save us. One night, we were going back to Metropolis. Jen was going way too fast when we came over a hill where there was a herd of deer in the middle of the road. I grabbed the steering wheel to avoid hitting them. I then yelled to hit the brakes. She hit the brakes. If I hadn't grabbed the steering wheel like that, like I did, and yelled like I did, we would have hit the herd in the middle of the road. We would have surely died. But there goes God once again, saving me for my purpose. I'd like to mention something real quick, that right before Jen started travel nursing, I would buy an SUV from her sister and another Ford F-150 pickup truck. Here's also a few things I would like to mention before it's too late. So there was this time I had a truck that was standard. I taught Jen how to drive it, but was scared for her driving almost an hour away to work. So I went with her to make sure she got there safe. I left my dog Brody at her house that day. By the way, we hardly ever left him home, as he always had to be with me. When we returned, my rabbit was injured. Its back legs were broken. I thought it was my dog who did it, so I spanked him. I then thought about it. I knew my dog wouldn't do that, but I couldn't figure how the rabbit would get injured like that, as it didn't have any dog saliva on it. When I thought about it later on down the road, I figured it had been Jen's ex-husband, as he had been going into the house and knew my dog, as Jen had introduced my dog to him. Another messed up thing her ex-husband did was mess up the furnace that heated the house. The house she lived on was, I believe, one of the first houses built in Fairfield. It had the water heating system that heats up water and heats the house. It was working perfectly fine, and all of a sudden it started having problems and wouldn't work correctly. When he messed up the heating system, he thought he was only making me suffer, but he was making her also freeze also. I also like to mention him loosening the bolts on my wheel on my Ford F-150 and it flying off the truck in Carmi, Illinois. God would save us that day, as we had drove almost an hour to her work with loosened bolts. If the tire would have broke off from the hub like it did, we would have definitely lost control and flipped, or maybe worse, running into somebody else and kill them too. Everything that transpired just proved that God is in full control. So while we were staying in Metropolis, I would notice that Jen would barely call me or text me from work. Ever since I've known her, she would always make time at work to call and message me. I confronted her about it, and she said that they don't really allow you to be on your phone at all. I could see she was lying. I would then look up on my phone how to find out if a person has a second line on their phone. A few days later, Jen would be going through my phone. She looked at my search history. She seen that I also seen her, that I had looked up how to find a second line. When she looked at it, she looked at me. We both seen what she was looking at. You could feel the tension in the room. She was probably thinking, how does this guy know and find things out? Later on in the setup, I would hack into her second line. Truth be told, it's God that shows me these things, and I'm an elite. We had been going back and forth from Fairfield to Metropolis. One night I picked up Jen from work. We went to the gas station and I bought a 12-pack of beer. I gave the clerk a $100 bill and put the change in my pocket. We then went for a ride. When we got back to the motel, Jen told me out of the blue, just take me in the room and beat me right away. I told her, what? As we hadn't been arguing. We went into the room and I put my wallet on the table like I normally do. A little later, we got into an argument. She got like 6 more beers and went into the bathroom. Right before she went into the bathroom, she must have gotten into my wallet as she was in the bathroom drinking. I must have put my wallet back in my back pocket All of a sudden, Jen came out of the bathroom and punched me in my face for no reason. She hit me for no reason, so I hit her back. I just hit her in her arm and punched her in her stomach. She then ran out of the room and ran to the front desk. I chased her to the front desk. She was ringing the clerk's bell. I then grabbed her and tried to calm her. The clerk came out and Jen made it look like I was beating her. The clerk said she was calling the cops, so I ran. I'm a man to know that the man almost always goes to jail when there's domestic violence involved. I ran because I thought they would believe her instead of me, so I ran and hid in someone's backyard. I hid under a tarp that was covering a riding lawnmower. I have been under the tarp a few hours, and all of a sudden, at about 5 in the morning, the owner of the house let his little dog out. The dog was right there at the lawnmower barking and barking. The dog knew I was there, and I didn't move a hair. After a few minutes, he took his dog back in. About an hour later, I left and walked back to the room. To my amazement, I had the keys in my pocket. So I got back to the room and knocked on the door. Jen wasn't there, but my dog was. I then got into the SUV and left. Shortly later on, I went to the gas station to get some alcohol. When I went to pay, all the cash I had in my wallet was gone. Her credit card was gone. She took all the money I had and all the money that was in her credit card too. I had about $1,000 in cash in there and another $1,500 on her card. The card was hers, so I can't complain. Every night after work, they would deposit the hours she worked into a card. Jen was bad at holding money, so I'm the one who held it, both hers and mine. I did end up getting some alcohol as I had the change from the $100 bill I had spent on buying the beer for me and Jen. I then went and parked at a park. I tried to get a hold of Jen, but she wouldn't answer. I then started thinking how she hit me for no reason and how she took all my money. I then left Metropolis. I got it in my heart to go confront her little brother, so I drove up to Marion, Illinois. I got to the motel her brother was renting, and I confronted him and told him as to why he would try to hook my wife up with his weed dealer. There was a time when Jen and I went to go visit her little brother Dakota. A girl Dakota was hooking up with was there also. She would say in front of me, Jen and Dakota, that Dakota was trying to hook my wife up with the weed dealer. I was going to beat him up right there, but I didn't because of Jen. I told her brother to go get the weed dealer, that I wanted to fight them both. Her brother was crying and tried to plead with me not to beat him. A guy and girl came out. The girl was telling me to quit and leave him alone. I then told the girl's boyfriend that he tried hooking my wife up with the weed dealer who lives a few doors down. The girl kept yapping and he told her to stop and let me do what I had to, as I was in the right for her brother trying to hook my wife up. I ended up leaving because I felt bad because her brother was crying. I then left and would drive back to Fairfield. I went to Jen's mom's neighbors who owned a car lot out in the country. I asked if he would want to buy my truck for cheap so I could leave back to New Mexico. He didn't want to buy it because of Jen. I then had him go with me to pick up the truck from Jen's grandma's house. I got the truck and hid it behind the shed at Jen's house. I would try to message Jen many times and she wouldn't answer or reply back. So I got drunk and destroyed the house. I sent her pics of what I did. The next day I told myself, I'll sell the truck, get my dog, and fly home. I went to the DMV to try and get a quick title as I hadn't gotten the title yet. I wasn't able to get a quick title for it. For one, I didn't have enough money to get it. Two, they said Jen had to be there with me as we both put our names on the title. I couldn't sell the other SUV neither because we hadn't got the title yet neither. A few days later, Jen messaged me sobbing, saying she didn't have a vehicle to go to work and whatnot. I felt bad for her and told her where the truck was and where I left the keys. She went and got the truck. I didn't call anyone for help because I thought Jen would go back. I then drove to the homeless shelter in Evansville, Indiana, as Jen messaged me and said she pressed charges. I needed somewhere to hide until I could figure out how to get back to New Mexico. I was at the shelter, parked a few days. I had met some really cool people there. One night I seen this guy setting up his sleeping bag behind a dumpster. It was freezing cold, so I told him he could sleep in the SUV with me. So we hung out a few days and drove around and drank. I had him driving as I had a suspended license. At night we would park back at the shelter. So I would start running low on money. I told him, let's drive back to Fairfield to get some window air conditioners that were in the garage so we could sell them and get some money. We drove there and got the ACs and drove back to Evansville. We couldn't sell them, so we parked at Walmart for a few hours. I then told her to let's go back to Carmi to the abandoned house that I used to live at. We got there and I found a tent. We set it up and slept the night in it. The next night, me and Alan were drinking in the SUV in the driveway, and all of a sudden, a swarm of cops goes there. They said we had to leave as we were trespassing. I told him that I had lived there with my wife and told him that I could prove it. I went to the mailbox and got a letter that had Jen's name on it. The cops told me that the owner didn't want me there and I had to leave. I told the cops the owner of the house in front of me, they supposedly wouldn't get a hold of her. I agreed to leave. Right before I was getting ready to leave, the officer told me, I also have some papers for you. He served me with the restraining order that Jen had put on me. Them going there was definitely set up. There was absolutely no way for them to find me there, and no one knew that we had lived there, and it was on a dead-end road by the railroad tracks, a place not many people drive except the people who live there. I didn't know it at the time, but she had a tracker on my phone. After Alan and I left, Alan told me to take him back to the homeless shelter. I told him hold off and let's go back to Fairfield. We got back to Fairfield and went to the liquor store. I only had a few bucks, less than $10. I grabbed a few beer bottles of alcohol and just walked out with them. The clerk didn't see me walk out with them. I then went back to the liquor store and grabbed a few more bottles. He didn't see me take them again as there was quite a few people in there. I took the bottles to the SUV and I wasn't satisfied, so I went in a third time. The clerk seen me with the gallon of whiskey walking out. I told him or asked him if I could just walk out with it as I had known the guy. Note, the clerk that was working there anyway was the one who had killed Jen's best friend in a car accident, drinking and driving. He was always really cool with me. He said no, so we left. We stayed drinking for a while and I got hungry. I told Alan, let's go to McDonald's, so we ordered our food at the drive-thru. We got the food and started to drive off. I then told Alan that they didn't give us a Big Mac or forgot something in our order. I had him pull around. I got out of the SUV and went inside and got what I told them they didn't give us. I remember right before I walked out of McDonald's, I told one of the girls she was ugly. She started crying, and then I walked out and couldn't find Alan and my SUV. I then realized he had left and stole my SUV. I then went over to the Pizza Hut next door to call the cops. I went to the Pizza Hut to call the cops because my phone was in the SUV. So the cops came and I told them what happened and that the guy had stolen my SUV. I told the cops they could catch him before he leaves town. They didn't even try. So the cop acted like he took down a police report. I then told the cop I had nowhere to go as there wasn't a shelter in town. I told him to take me to jail as it was freezing outside. He then told me he couldn't take me unless I committed a crime. I then told him I'm going to break a window so you could take me. He said he wouldn't take me if I broke the window. When I said that, a lady overheard our conversation. She asked me what was going on, and I told her my SUV had been stolen and I really didn't have anywhere to go. I told her that Jen's house had 0 blankets or anything to cover myself but a pile of clothes and that I would freeze. She then told me, I'm going to take you home with me. She said, God put it in my heart to take you. My husband is going to get mad, but I'm going to take you. As we were getting ready to leave, the cop told her that he didn't recommend her taking me. She still took me. So I spent the night at her house. The next day I was using the lady's phone to call around to come home. A call came in and I answered it. It was a woman. As soon as I answered it, she knew who I was. She told me that it was her daughter that I told was ugly at McDonald's. She also told me that her daughter was Jen's first cousin, Jerry's daughter. I told her not to tell anyone I was there and told her I was sorry for telling her daughter that. She accepted my apology and didn't tell the girl's dad I was there. If she would have told the girl's dad, he would have found out that I told his daughter that. He would probably have got his friends together and put me in a cornfield, never to be found. Without a doubt, guaranteed that God saved me from freezing. God put that woman there at the exact moment and put it in her heart to take me. If she hadn't been there, I would have froze to death surely. I had never seen that lady. Turns out the lady who took me to her house was Dusty's mom. Jen's first cousin is married to Dusty, which is Jerry's twin. Jen's cousin was one of the first people I met when we arrived in Illinois. Jen took me there and we drank. We'd go over to her cousin's and Dusty's house once in a while. Dusty was really nice to me when I met her, so I slept at that lady's house. The next day, she would take me around to a few churches to see if they would help me get a bus ticket home. One church said they could only help with half the bus ticket, but couldn't give me cash. The pastor of the church was tempted to buy me the bus ticket, but for some reason, he had a change of heart. Later on that day, Jen would send me a message and tell me she dropped my dog off at her mom's house. We then picked my dog up. I then went and spent one more night at her house. The next day, she took me to another church and they gave me a ticket for a room at a motel. I would then go to the motel and the landlord would take me to my room. An hour or so later, he went back to my room and said I had to move rooms. I moved rooms and got in an argument with him. I would then call the cops. 3 cops showed up, which one of the cops which started investigating right away. That happened all of a sudden, one of the other cops told him to leave, that he got it, so he left. They then called the ambulance as my arm was super swelled up. I went to the hospital and they did nothing for me. They were super rude to me. The cop who had went when the SUV was stolen was the one who also showed up at the motel, as well as the cop that didn't write the police report. When I went to the hospital, he also went there. He went trying to tell me that nothing happened and that the landlord was trying to get me to say a different story and get it on his body cam. He then told me that I was going to get arrested. I told him, "You can't arrest me." He then said, "You're right, I can't." He then continued to try and get me to say the wrong thing. I seen him turning his body cam off and on. I then told him, "I know what you're doing." He then told me that he effed my wife. In other words, he said he slept with my wife. I then told him I would return the favor. He told me he'd kill me if I hooked up with his wife. He then got discharged. I then got discharged from the hospital. When I was leaving, the officer was also leaving. I then waited for him to drive away and ran across the street. I ran by the liquor store and seen the guy who worked at the liquor store going to his car. It was the guy that killed Jen's best friend. I told him what happened and he agreed to get me out of there. As we were driving, he told me that I better be glad I ran into him because the officer that had the vendetta on me would have killed me. He then took me on the back roads to my motel room. I got back safe and sound into my room. The next morning, the lady whom I slept at her house went and picked me up. She went to the police station and the officer we talked to said there was no police report ever made. I told the officer I made a report and the lady who was with me also told the officer that she was right there and seen it with her own eyes. We then left and the lady told me that was crooked of them for what they did. The lady would then take me around to see if any church can donate a bus ticket. She then called her daughter Dusty and Dusty said she found a church that would help me with the bus ticket. I then called the church and they said more than likely they would be able to help me. We waited a few hours. I would then call back the pastor and the pastor was rude to me for no reason and said all of a sudden that they couldn't help me. I would then ask the lady to take me to Mount Vernon to try and wait for a bus ticket there, as that's the closest place for Greyhound. Before we left, her grandson told his grandmother that he would pitch in to buy me a phone. We went to Walmart and they got me a $30 phone and a phone card. We then went to Mount Vernon. We looked for a shelter for me and my dog to stay, but we couldn't find any open. It was getting late and the lady had to get back to her husband. It was freezing outside, so she took me and bought me a sleeping bag. I would then call the friend who bonded me out to get me a bus ticket. He then told me he would get it for me, but that I was messing up. He then told me that he heard my motel room was full of beer and bottles of peppermint schnapps. I asked him how he knew, and he said, I have my connections. It was impossible for him to know that unless he had been talking to Jen and her ex-husband. Also, nobody could have went into my room at that motel as my dog was in there. My dog was way too aggressive to let anyone unless he knew them. The lady would then take me to McDonald's as that's where the bus station was. She would then leave. A few moments later, an elderly man came up to me and started talking to me. We chatted for a while, and all of a sudden he gave me a $100 bill. I started crying, and I was very thankful to him. I would then keep calling the guy who bonded me out of jail, and he would keep making excuses. So my dog and I would sleep in a sleeping bag that night behind a dumpster. I had called my mom. I had called my mom and asked her to buy me a bus ticket, but she couldn't use her credit card as they wouldn't accept it. I told her they would. She didn't get me the bus ticket. The next day, as I was sitting and eating at McDonald's, I overheard a man telling another homeless man that there was a church across the highway that would help out. I went there, but nobody was there, so I went back to McDonald's. Note: the bus station was inside the McDonald's. I would then buy some beer, and I would go to the truck stop across the street and hang out there as I had nowhere to go. Inside of the truck stop, they had an area for the truckers to relax, and I stayed several hours, and all of a sudden the manager came in and said a lady said something about me and my dog, so I had to leave. I would then go across the street to the other truck stop. I stayed there a few days. I would just sit in the lobby or walk around there. I would ask the truckers if they could give me their shower pass if they weren't going to use it, to which they did. During that time being at the truck stop, I would be spending the $100 the guy gave me. I bought food and some alcohol. After being at the truck stop several days, the lady would go back to Mount Vernon. I then called the church in Fairfield to see if they would help me. The pastor then said he would give me $100. I told the lady what he said and asked him if she gave me the $100 if he would reimburse her, to which he agreed. I would then call my mom and she would pay the difference and get me a bus ticket. The lady would then leave and my dog and I would wait several hours for the bus. 10 minutes before the bus was getting ready to leave, I called the Evansville Police Theft Unit. I asked if they had found my SUV. The officer said, I'll call you right back. He called and they said they located my SUV. I asked him if they can tow it to the impound, to which he said he would not. He said I'd have to go get it myself. He then gave me the street address to where my SUV was. During the time my SUV was stolen, my mom had told me if I got the SUV back, she would do whatever she had to do to get me a bus, to get me gas money to drive the SUV back. That's why I landed up not getting on the bus. I also wanted the SUV so I could drive it back to sell it. My mind was thinking that Jen had already took $2,700 plus I paid for the attorney for her child custody, plus I had given her the truck. I had given her the truck. I didn't want her to have the SUV. I just didn't. My greed would be the biggest mistake of my life. If only I had gotten on that bus, none of this would have happened, but God had everything put in place and everything planned out to the T. Everything that happened was like all put in steps. God had it all planned out. So I didn't get on the bus. I asked a few people where a trailer park was, to which they gave me wrong directions. Jen's sister lived in Mount Vernon. I had met her and her husband a few times. There was this girl who worked at McDonald's and overheard me asking about where the trailer park was. She then told me that she was getting out in a few minutes and would have her grandma drop me off. I told her I knew what the trailer park looked like, but didn't know where it was. Her and her grandma would then drop me off at Jen's sister's house. I knocked on the door and Amber would call Jen right away. I would then take Amber's husband aside and tell him that I missed the bus and I needed to get to Evansville to catch the other bus. He agreed to take me. When we were 20 to 30 minutes from Evansville, we stopped at a gas station. I then told him I wasn't going to the bus station, but that I was going to pick up my SUV that had been stolen. He told me not to tell his. I told him not to tell his wife till after he dropped me off. When we arrived at my SUV, but it was locked. I asked him if he could help me get into it. He denied me and left. I would then go to the liquor store down the street and call a locksmith. The locksmith agreed. The locksmith charged $75, but I told him I would give him 50 cash if he would do it. He said if no paperwork was involved, he'd do it for 50 cash. I'm pretty sure my mom sent me $100 before I got the SUV. I'd like to note that since I had left Metropolis, I called every day to the Fairfield courthouse. There was one specific lady who liked me. She was the one who did the paperwork when me and Jen got married. So I would call and ask her if I had any warrants. She would tell me, I can't tell you by law if you have a warrant, but I could look and tell you if you don't have one. I called her for 2 weeks straight. Every time I called, she would tell me no warrants. So Jen didn't file charges for a few weeks. I can't believe the prosecutor in Metropolis would file charges weeks after the incident happened. I would then buy $20 of liquor and went to a motel on Fulton called Arrowhead. I had shown my service dog papers and they had no problem with my dog being there. The next day I met this elderly colored guy and his girlfriend. I hung around with him and that night we pitched in for a room. The next day I got a room by myself. I would then go outside at night and meet this other huge biker looking guy. As I was going into my room, he was outside smoking. He started talking to me and I thought he was cool or seemed to be. He would then give me a small line of meth, so I did it. The next morning, the guy who worked at the Arrowhead Motel went to my room and said I had to leave for no reason. I told him what's the purpose, and he said because my dog couldn't be there. The guy who worked there was on meth. Also, I had seen him get some drugs from the elderly colored guy I had met. Truth be told, the whole motel was full of drug addicts. All night people would come and go from that motel. As I was getting ready to leave, the big biker looking guy came out and told me that he was short on money and if I wanted to pitch in and rent another room at Motel 6. I said sure. I never gave the guy my last name, so I went to Motel 6. I called my mom and the landlord let her rent me a room for $50 or $60 using her credit card. The next day, the big biker would come knocking at my room. I asked him how he found me, and he made up some excuse. He didn't know my last name and was near impossible for him to find me. I should have snapped right there that something was wrong and up. Upon his arrival, he bring 2 big totes full of stuff. We would then pitch in for a room the next day as I hung around him or let him stay in my room. He had several guys go to the room to do drugs or buy drugs. I would then show him a penny I had that was worth $4,700. It was a 1959 penny in perfect condition. I had looked the penny up previously and I believe that there was a mint mark that had to be different on it to be worth $4,700 and my penny matched it. I asked him where I could sell it. He told me a coin shop. So I went to the coin shop by myself. We then went to when I went into the coin shop, the people who worked there were rude to me from the start. I pulled out my wallet and pulled the penny out. The penny was wrapped in a small plastic bag. They would then tell me my penny wasn't worth nothing as I didn't have it properly wrapped. The penny wasn't scratched or nothing. I would then walk out and flick the penny away or act like I flicked the penny away. I looked in my rearview mirror seconds later and they were outside looking for it. I would then go back to the motel. The next day, around 6 in the morning, I caught the guy videotaping me with his phone. I asked him, what are you doing, videoing me or what? He was laying on the bed and all of a sudden everything got quiet and he put his phone on speaker. All of a sudden it was Jen's ex-husband on the line. He told me, you mother effer, you ruined my house. Note, the factual reason I got set up is because yes, I destroyed the house, but more importantly, I knew that Justin's mom had killed her own mom. Jen would then get on the phone and say how she started hooking up with him on Valentine's Day and that she went to her mom's by herself. She told me how she did. She told me how I did not see it coming, as we hadn't had sexual intercourse in a month. I told her I already knew. All of a sudden, I pulled my phone out, and as God is my witness, I was able to hack into her phone. These weird apps or whatever were pulling up. It asked for a password, so I typed in Jen's favorite musician's name that she was in love with. When I typed in the password, it showed me all the messages between her and her ex-husband. As the messages were going through, I screenshotted all the messages I sent by screenshots. I screenshotted all the messages. I sent the screenshots to my brother's wife on Messenger. I sent the screenshots to my other brother and also to my mom's phone. On the messages, it said and talked about how her and Justin and Brody and my dog would finally be together and I would be put away forever. It also had many messages. One of the messages I screenshotted was a picture of where I was at in Mount Vernon, Illinois, at the bus station in McDonald's. That was when I first realized that there was a tracker for sure. I should have got rid of the phone right there, but I wanted to keep it to show the attorney for when I went to file for divorce. I should have just pulled the SD card and thrown the phone. Note, in the setup, I didn't take the SD card out and in the setup, I did take the SD card out and put it somewhere and know where it's at. I would then tell the guy to leave my room. He didn't want to, so I went up to the front office and told the lady that I had someone in my room that shouldn't be there. I went back to my room, and when I arrived at my room, the door had been broken. It was a metal door, and I have no idea how he could have broken it right there, right where the card goes to unlock the door. It was like he made the door smash in the middle, in between the door where he put the card in and the door handle, totally messing up the door. So the lady who worked at the motel called the cops. One cop came to my room and I told him that my ex-wife was setting me up. I showed the cop the screenshots between my wife and her ex-husband, showing him the evidence. He knew I was speaking the truth. The cop would then call the front office and ask whose name the room was under. The lady told him it was under my name. The cop then told him he had to leave. I then told the cop before he leaves if he can check his phone, as he was recording me. The cop got his phone and started looking through it. The cop was scrolling through the pictures and also showing me to see if I could find the video of him recording me. I then seen several pics of child porn of little boys nude on his phone. I then told the officer that he has child porn and that he has to arrest him. The cop told him, put his hands behind his back, and took him down and placed him in a squad car. I then went down to the car to talk to the cop. I told the guy in the back seat, see, for trying to set me up, now look who's in the cop car. When I told the guy that kept saying it wasn't worth it. The cop then told me to go up and get his stuff. I started looking through the totes. I then found a card that had his name, Mike Wood, and his picture of the card. It had big letters that said, "Do not arrest." I kept the card. I then took the totes downstairs. I had also found a bag of meth. I took it to the officer. When I took the totes down, I showed him, the officer, that it was his, and the officer said, "Get that crap out of here or I'll arrest you for it." I would then ask the officer what's going on, and he said, "I don't know. I don't even know myself. This guy has all kinds of stuff going on, and for him on the computer." So I went back to my room, and the officer left. I would then leave the motel for several hours. I had no place to go, so I told my mom to rent me a room again. She rented it, and I told the owner of the Motel 6 that I wanted another room in which the door was broken. He denied giving me another room. Later on that night, I could see someone peeking through my window. When I went out, he hid in another room down from me. I then waited about an hour and had this feeling to go outside. I walked around the dumpster and had this feeling to open this truck door. When I opened the door, it was Jen hiding in the driver's seat and her ex-husband hiding in the passenger seat. I then grabbed Jen's ankle and she started screaming, "No, Kevin, please, no." I told her, "I'm not going to do anything to you." I then started talking to her and asking her why she was doing this. She really didn't have anything to say but gibberish. As I was talking to her, her ex-husband went to my SUV. I seen him putting stuff in there. I thought it was drugs. I then started looking through my SUV and found gold coins, baseball cards, and a solid gold watch. I told myself they're going to try and get me for stolen goods or say I broke into one of their houses. Right after Jen's husband had put the stuff in my SUV, all of a sudden there was many people out there doing a task or assignment. Jen would then ask one of the ladies if she did that to my license plate, and she said yes and nodded her head and walked away fast. I remember sitting in my SUV in driver's seat talking to Justin, and Jen came up from behind and put her hand in his shirt and said, I love this man and we're going to be together forever, or something like that. I would then try calling 911. The operator answered and said, state your emergency. As I was talking to the operator, I was walking and went to the other side of the building. There was a brown Impala car, which with dark tinted windows. I looked inside it and it had like an operating system in the car. The operator I was talking to was the people in the car. The government has gadgets we couldn't even believe of. I then went to the front desk of motel to get away from everything that was transpiring. I tried to hide my phone on top of the vending machine in case I got arrested for the goods in my SUV, or if they had tried to put another way to get me arrested. I wanted and needed to save my phone to prove it was a setup and prove Jen had an affair with her ex-husband. I then walked around for a few minutes and told myself the clerk might have seen me put my phone up there, so I went back and got it. I then went back to my SUV, looked around and to see if they had planted anything else. I would then find a briefcase with all kinds of papers in it with my name on it. They were like files with a bunch of papers. It freaked me out. I sat on the steps for a few minutes thinking what to do next. I then got into my SUV and tried to start the SUV, but it wouldn't start. I then got out and checked it. The battery cables were loose or something. I then checked the cables. They had like a greasy substance on it, so I wiped it off and put the cable back on and went back and tried to start it, to which it did. I then went to the front desk to ask the front lady to call the cops from her phone. When I walked into the front office of the Motel 6, there was like 10 to 15 people behind the desk, all doing different tasks. It was like if they went in there and took over the business. I then got back to my SUV, and all of a sudden I got a message from Jen, and it said, if I were you, I would delete the pictures you have in your phone of my daughters naked. I freaked out and told myself she probably planted pics in my phone like that. I then got in my SUV and went and parked behind some semi-trailers to delete pics if they were in there. As I was trying to open my phone, all of a sudden it had like this film over it and a grease in the middle. It was exactly the phone Jen had showed me when I was washing the RV, and when she came out and said, you know that Justin's family sets people up right, and showed me the phone with the greasy substance on the screen, a phone. It took me about around 5 minutes to unlock my phone. There was a certain way to unlock the screen even though there was greasy film on it. I unlocked the phone and there was no pics of her daughter in it. I would then start going through my wallet to see if she planted anything in my wallet or took anything out. I came across my service dog paper and it was completely different. It had the same stamp of the doctor who gave it to me, but it was a bigger stamp. And on the letter, it said, if anything happens to me, that Jen gets full custody of my dog. I would then leave from there and put the briefcase they planted in my SUV by the railroad tracks by the motel. I would then get back in my SUV and drive to the nearest gas station. As I was on my way to the gas station, I called my mom in a frantic, telling her the government set me up. She didn't believe me. I then went into the gas station. I asked or told the clerk to call the cops, in which she denied me. I was in a frantic and I believed she didn't dial 911 from her phone or the gas station phone because they had the scanner connected to my phone. After the gas station, I went to the fitness gym. I asked the guy who was there to call the cops. He also said he couldn't. I told him that they had come, huh? His response was, he shrugged his shoulders like telling me yes without saying the words yes. He was the only person in the gym. I would then leave the fitness center and drive looking for help. I then went to this equipment shop. It had tractors and they left equipment in there. It was like a mechanic shop or something. I would knock on the door, but no one would answer. I stayed parked there trying to figure out what to do as I had no one to help me. I then left after an hour or so. As soon as I got on the main road again, I was turning. A swarm of about 50 cars intercepted me. One of the cars nearly hit me going over 70 miles an hour when I was turning onto the main road. They also flew by me in a park. I would then continue to drive around looking for help. I seen the hospital, so I went there. There was many cars parked in the parking lot. I got out of my SUV and went into the hospital front sliding doors. As I entered, there was the only entrance that was unlocked. All the other doors were locked. Remember, this is a huge hospital and no door should ever be locked in an emergency room, etc. I would then go back to my SUV trying to think. I was super panicked, so I drank a half a bottle of whiskey as I sat there. As I was sitting there, I seen one cop a ways off passing by. There was many curbs that I would have had to go around to catch him. I told myself he's too far off to catch. A short while later, I would leave. I then seen a fire station, so I went over there, and the captain was in the Bay Area. I knocked on the window and told him to call the cops, that I was being set up and in distress. He too told me that he wouldn't call the cops for me. I then told him that they must have come and told him not to call the cops, right? And they told him not to call the cops, right? He then told me, I can't call them for you. I thought about setting a small fire in the field across from the fire station, but I told myself if I did, they would get me for arson. I then went to a gas station down the road from the fire department. I went in and asked the guy who worked there if he would call the cops. He too told me that he wouldn't. I then parked outside, reversed to the ice chest outside. There was quite a few cars parked across the street and other cars going in circles. Note, this was around 1 or 2 in the morning. Several cars would just pull up next to me and just leave. They were taunting me. I believe the other cars parked across the street and whatnot were there to scare me and make me panic more. Actually, I was panicked seeing how they were taunting me. I had zero money. A guy pulled up in a red F-150 with the business sign on the truck. I asked him for $1 to get my dog something to eat. He said, I can't help you. Note, this same exact truck that was at the gas station, I would see again on the opposite side of town during the main setup later on down the road. I'd also like to note that I did call to the New Mexico State Police in my hometown. I told the officer I was being set up and needed him to call the Evansville police as I couldn't get a hold of them. He too was freaked out for me. I could hear it in his voice. He told me he would see what he could do. He never did anything. I would then try and call my mom at 6 or 7 in the morning. I told her I had no gas, which I was on empty from running, and told her me and my dog were hungry. She told me she would get ready and go to Walmart and send me $150. I went to Walmart. I went inside and tried to get the money my mom sent. It was too early and the clerk couldn't give me the money till 8 o'clock. During that time, many people would show up. I would then get the money, and as I was walking out, I seen this huge built colored guy. He had on combat boots and black combat pants. I would then ask him if he was tired and if it was a long night for him. He asked me why. I told him I seen him in one of the cars chasing me. He was unresponsive and didn't know what to say. He was like in shock that I knew he was one of them. I really didn't see him in one of the cars. I just knew he was one of them, and I lied to him that I seen him to see what his reaction would be. I would then leave and go to the gas station across from Walmart. I would put some gas. As soon as I would leave there, I got intercepted again. I would then drive fast to try to elude them. I would try to take back roads and whatnot, but they would intercept me no matter where I went. At this time, my phone was dead and my other phone and charger were still in the motel room. I then told myself I needed to get back to the room and get it, but couldn't figure out where I was or how I was going to get back to the motel. I would then ask for directions, but couldn't find it. I then went to a gas station and I asked the clerk for directions, and she said, "I'm getting off in a few minutes. I can escort you there in my car." I would then get to the motel and get to my phone and whatnot. When walking out, I would get in an argument with the owner of Motel 6. He told me I was lucky he didn't call the cops a few days ago, as I had many people coming and going from my room. He also said I was selling drugs out of there. I then told him how could he let them go in and take over his business and set me up. He then said that I was lucky that he didn't charge me for breaking the door or charge me for smoking in the room. He didn't charge my mom's credit card for a reason, as I could have proved the door was broken. I would then tell the owner of Motel 6 that he would pay with God and go to hell for what he did. I would then leave like a fool, and I would send Jen some screenshots of the messages I received from her phone between her and her ex-husband. I told her, threatened her that I was going to see a lawyer and file for divorce and some of them and show them the messages. I would then drive around for a while completely lost. As I was driving, I seen my wife standing at two identical white SUVs with a group of about 4 or 5 people talking. I would then pull around the gas station to reach her. By the time I went around the gas station, she had hidden in one of the SUVs. The people got in right away. Also, they drove off and I followed them for a minute trying to figure out which SUV she was in. I think if I would have known which SUV she was in, I would have rammed them with my SUV. I also remember calling 911 again. They said, "State your emergency." I then asked them if this is the real 911, provide me with the address to the police station. They couldn't tell me or provide me with the address that I asked from them. Right there, I knew it surely wasn't the 911 dispatcher. I would then go back to the homeless shelter to park. Later on in the early evening, a girl would come up to my vehicle and ask if I had a phone she could use. I didn't think nothing of it at first. She said she needed to get her on her Facebook for some reason. I told her I didn't have internet on this phone and that my other phone ran out of service. She then said we can go use Wi-Fi to connect her to her Facebook. We then went to McDonald's to use Wi-Fi. She stayed in my SUV with the phone while I went inside McDonald's to buy us something to eat. I just bought a couple cheeseburgers for us. We would then leave and go back to the parking lot of the homeless shelter. A short while later, I would notice newer cars that were parked there. All the days I had been there, there was never newer cars that were parked there. I knew they were watching me for some reason. I kind of knew that girl was involved, but then I let it skip my mind. I wasn't sure, or should I say 100%. Later on that evening, all of a sudden, my phone was gone. I looked everywhere for it. She said she didn't know where it was. I found my phone later on in the exact place I had already looked. She put it in there. Later on that night, I broke out some ice for us to do. I had the bag of drugs from the guy who was at the motel. I did a little and gave her some. A few moments later, she was wigging out, looking under the car and whatnot. Although I had done some, I went to sleep a few minutes later as I was too exhausted and went to sleep and didn't really care that she was tripping out. In the early morning, around 6 or 7 a.m., the guy who worked at the shelter came out banging on my window and said I told you can't park here. I told him all these other people park here, but you don't tell them anything. I got out of my SUV and there was 2 cops parked right behind me, maybe about 30 to 40 feet behind me. I would then open the back hatch to pull the weed eater I had in the SUV. When I opened the back door for my dog, when I opened the back door, my dog jumped out and was going to bite him. I yelled, "Brody, no!" My dog then stopped right before biting him. The guy jumped in the air and it was funny. I'm sure the cops got a kick out of that too. I would then load up the weed eaters and grab the bag of meth I had in the back seat. I was scared and thought if I told the guy the wrong thing, the cops would get involved and search my vehicle. I would then leave and we would drive around for a while. I would then call that lady that rescued me at the Pizza Hut when they stole my SUV, the same lady that let me spend the night at her house and took me all around town to look for some donations to get home. The lady who took me to Mount Vernon, the lady who bought me a phone and sleeping bag, etc. I asked her if I could go to park in her yard as she owned a huge piece of property. She told me I couldn't. I then told her they must have contacted her. She really didn't say much. She just said she couldn't. I then told her, so you did all that for me, but you can't let me park in your yard? She said, I know what you mean, and you're right about me doing all that and not being able to let you stay in my yard. I would then tell the girl that was with me that I'm gonna get some lunch meat and water from Walmart to go park at a pond or somewhere where I'm not seen. I went and got lunch meat and water and left. We drove around for a while. I then asked her for a fishing pond or somewhere we can go. She acted like she was completely lost. I would then go to the gas stations and ask the clerks where a fishing pond was. One guy explained to me where one was, but I couldn't find it. I would then see a baseball park. There was a box side truck there, like a UPS looking truck. I then asked the guy if I could park there, and he said no, it wasn't a good idea. I would then drive to the other park called Lloyd's Park. I parked at the park. I parked at the very end by the basketball courts. I let my dog out and noticed my dog going to the basketball courts and noticed he was wagging his tail for some reason. I wanted to know if a dog acting like that, something wrong. I want to know if a dog acting like that, something's wrong. A dog won't wag his tail for no reason. A dog can show you a lot just by doing his body language. A short while later, I would see a fleet of all white cars pass, all in a row. I would then break out a small line of ice. I did a small line, then I gave her the straw, and I did a small line, then gave her the straw and held the CD case for her to do it. As she did it, the line, instead of snorting it in, she blew it off her nose. She acted like she did it, but instead of sniffing it in, she sniffed out and blew it off the CD case. I then freaked out and told her I knew you had something to do with the setup. And then she felt around her shirt. I grabbed her shirt from the collar. As I grabbed her, she was wearing a wire. I then told her to get out of my SUV. She didn't want to get out for a few minutes. She finally got out. I then was going to leave, but then all of a sudden, a lady in her 70s, I'll never forget her face, parked behind me in her SUV and just stayed parked there, scouting me out. I think she went there as she knew I had caught the girl that was with me. I believe they had that old lady park there in case I had did something to that girl who was with me and also to freak me out. I would then park in the other side of the basketball court and get away from the girl who was with me. As I went over there, she followed me. I told her to get away, but she wouldn't. At one time, I got back in my SUV to get away from her again. She was standing in the middle of the parking lot. I was honestly going to run her over. I then told myself that's what they want me to do so I could go to jail for good. Shortly after, my dog would go into the woods in the park. I followed him into the woods. My dog was acting strange, as if he knew there was some people or someone in the woods. As I went more into the woods, all of a sudden, there was this loud sound like a bird. It wasn't a bird, though. The voice, or whatever you want to call it, kept saying, Rico, Rico, Rico. I knew that they had to be doing that voice as I was probably close to them. I then told myself I better get out of the woods because if I catch someone or someone's there, they'll probably kill me in the woods. I then went back to the SUV. I went and parked around the entrance of the park. There was another man in his SUV scouting me out. I walked over to his SUV. As I got close, he would leave. I then went back to my SUV. I got my phone and my phone charger and tried to charge it at a phone pole with the outlet. The phone wouldn't take a charge. I needed to charge my phone so I could call my mom and have her call the Evansville police herself. The phone didn't work for a reason. I stayed there for a short moment. I would then notice the exact box truck that was at the first park I went to park at for a short moment. I would then notice the exact box truck that was at the park I went to park at the communication system. I would then leave looking for someone to attract attention, and then I seen an apartment complex. I drove there and seen a dirt road leading to a house. I went to the house and there was a lady outside. I told her to call the cops, but she said she wouldn't. As I was talking to her, I could see the black SUV on the main road scouting me out, waiting for me to pull back out. I was gonna break that woman's car window so she could call the cops for sure, but for some reason I left. I would then see an elementary school. I parked out there for a few minutes trying to think. I was going to go into the school, but I was too panicked. I didn't want the elementary kids to see me in a panic like that and scare them. I would then leave and knock on this house door. As I was walking up to the door, I could see an elderly lady on her phone. I was trying to wave her to come out, but she wouldn't. I would then leave again. I went a few streets up to a rich neighborhood. I went to a house, but nobody was there. I then walked to the other houses searching for someone, but nobody was at either houses. As I was walking back to my SUV, I would hear them saying, "Rico, Rico, Rico," once again. I didn't know what Rico meant, but then there's this thing called the RICO Act. By then, I told myself, I'm just going to try and outrun them. I then got to the street or road. I then seen a dump truck in the middle of the road, and it had dumped a load of dirt on the road. The semi was blocking the rest of the road. I tried to go around, and a guy stood in front of my SUV, not letting me pass. Note, I should have just kept going forward till the guy got out of the way, and I would have gotten away from the people chasing me. Everything they did was planned to the T. The government has geniuses working for them. I'd like to note that there was a load of dirt in the middle of the road and a dump truck, yet there wasn't a tractor or a hole in the ground. There was around 10 guys acting like they were working. I would then turn around and start hauling butt. I came across a windy road and lost control of the SUV. I recovered right away. If I hadn't known how to drive, I would have totaled out right there. I then got intercepted by other vehicles. One of them was a black four-door truck. As I ran around him, he gave chase for a few seconds, then stopped. I gave that SUV all it had. I then came up to a dead end. I was truly surprised I was able to stop in time before reaching the embankment at the dead end road. A few moments before reaching the dead end, I got both my phones. I opened up the first phone and broke it, then put it in a gallon of water so they couldn't no longer track me. Although more than likely they had a tracker on my SUV, just like Jen's ex-husband put a tracker on her van. That's how they stopped us in Kansas, and the cops stole my Caltech art board and whatnot. I then tried to open the second phone, and it was super hard. The phone didn't have a battery like a regular phone. I then opened up that phone, and it had like a computer system in it. It's hard to explain, but it was no ordinary phone. Note, in the police report, it talks about finding one phone in a gallon jug of water, but they never mentioned the second phone. They didn't mention the phone because they didn't want the phone to be used as evidence or for anyone to find or see a phone that has a full computerized system in it. So I would come up to a dead end, and I would see the highway was about 100 yards off. At the end of the dead end, where there was a huge embankment or ditch, you couldn't go down through there, so I went down to the farm field trying to find a way to the highway. The ditches were too high, and I would have gotten stuck if I tried to go through there. I then went back up the road. I seen a house that was on the dead end. I got out of my SUV and threw a rock to break the back window to get attention. The window didn't break. With the rock, I then got a cinder block and threw it through the back window. A man came out from the shed with a gun pointed at me. I told him, "Now call the cops." I slowly walked back to my SUV as he had the gun pointed at me, slowly walking me down the driveway with his gun. I then got into my SUV and tried to leave so I can park down the road and wait for the cops. As I tried to start my SUV, it wouldn't start. I then went into the hood to wipe the cables off as it wasn't getting spark to the battery to crank the car. I then got back to the SUV, but it still wouldn't start. The old man would continue to hold me at gunpoint. I got out of the SUV. I had my hands in the air and was yelling, telling him to call the cops, that I was being set up. The guy truly was about to shoot me. He wanted me to give him any little reason for him to shoot me. I then got on my knees with my hands behind my head, so he had no reason to shoot me. Then another guy came out of the then another guy came out, and the old man told him to get a gun also. He got a gun from the truck, and they both held me execution style till the cops came. The first cop who pulled up was a white Charger. It didn't have a cop car license plate or it didn't have a middle cage in the car. It freaked me out because I didn't think it was a real cop car. Every cop car I've ever seen, they've had a front and back squad car number and have a middle cage in the car. The officer also only had on a black shirt and had a printed badge on it. He had no gun belt, no vest, no body cam, etc. It was sketchy like crazy. Anyone who would have seen this would have also freaked out. A squad car with no number, a squad car without a middle cage, and an officer in plain clothes except for printed badge. No, I didn't know, but police cars in Indiana don't all have cage. Just in New Mexico, in New Mexico and every other place I've been arrested, they all had a middle cage. More officers would then arrive, 3 other different police agencies. I was saying to them, "Are you the real police?" One cop said, "No, we're not." And he said, yes, we are only on Halloween," and laughed. It freaked me out even more when he said that. I would then tell the old man that had me at gunpoint to call my mom and tell her to call the cops over here. The old man would mock me and say, "I ain't calling no one for you." I was in complete distress. As the other officers arrived, they had me at gunpoint. I was on my knees and honestly thought one of the cops was just going to come from behind me and put a bullet in my head. It was a few minutes they had me at gunpoint. I remember suddenly becoming calm. I looked up to heaven and kept saying, "Father, remember me in your kingdom. My God, remember me in your kingdom." I repeated it over and over. At one point, I even closed my eyes for a few seconds. I had to put my full trust in God. For a man to be able to close his eyes and pray and put his full trust in the Lord is miraculous. I think about it now, and it was amazing I was able to do that. I also remember, as I was saying to God, "Remember me in your kingdom," I could see an officer or officers just staring at me in complete awe. It's true, they were in awe as I was telling my God to remember me in his kingdom. Them knowing it was a setup and for me trusting God the way I did. I would then get handcuffed and placed in the squad car. The officer placed me in the back seat, then started walking over to the old man who had me at gunpoint. As he was walking away, something told me I needed to get out of the car or away from them. In a split second, I was able to slip the cuffs from under my legs. I then jumped to the front seat. The officer seen me in the front seat and ran over and opened the door and tried to pull me out. I wasn't fighting with him, but he was fighting to pull me out. As he pulled me out, I think I grabbed the gear shift. The police car went into neutral and started to roll back slowly. If I would have wanted to leave, I could have put the car in drive and took it off, but then they would have chased and killed me. The cop got me out of the car, and 2 other cops manhandled me to the ground. I wasn't putting up a fight. As I was laying on the ground with my face flushed against the ground, one of the cops hit me for no reason, breaking my face. They would then hog tie me for a few minutes. They then got me up, and as they were going to put me in the same squad car, one of the officers said, "No, put him in this car." We would then leave. A few moments later, we would get on the highway. We drove for a short while. I honestly thought the cop was going to put a bullet behind my head. As we were driving. I remember closing my eyes and praying again and giving my full trust to the Lord. I would then look in the rearview mirror. Note, I'm in the front passenger seat, now with the cop sitting behind me in the back seat. All of a sudden, there was a regular civilian car blinking its lights off and on for us to pull over. I told the cop, "They're chasing us." All of a sudden, he put the pedal to the metal. I remember he was pushing the squad car to the limits. I seen the cop in the back seat put his seatbelt on, and that's how fast we were going as we were hauling butt. The officer in the back seat then told me I better be glad I'm in this car, as the officer who was driving is the best driver on the force. It then started to rain. We came up to a curve on the road. The officer nearly lost control. When we almost lost control, I stayed calm. If I would have panicked, he too would have panicked, and we would have lost control and totaled out. Note: when a good driver loses control of a car, he has to remain calm to recollect so he don't overcorrect. Staying calm is key to recovering. So if I hadn't gotten out of the first car, I would have surely got kidnapped. The first officer would have pulled over for them. Also, if he hadn't been the best police driver on the force, I would have probably died in a car crash or been kidnapped. I also remember saying, just get me to the jail, get me to the jail. I thought I would be safe if only I could get safely to the jail. As we got out, one of the officers told the other, I feel bad for him. He's going to have it rough in there. The secret society, or should I say Freemasons, that I was targeted by came from a group called the Mysterious Force. In 43 AD, it started when a counselor to King Herod came to him and complained and said the followers of Jesus had a mysterious force, so the purpose of his group was to attack the teachings of Jesus, that they should establish their mysterious force to preserve Judaism. King Herod said, we will use the hammer because it was used to nail Jesus' hands and feet. Every session will be opened by striking the hammer 3 times. Notice how the judges have a hammer to bring order to the court. King Herod said, we will make degrees. These will be 33, symbolizing the age of the impostor. In 43 AD, the first official session was held in the first temple of Jerusalem, which a basement in the palace of King Herod. The meeting of the mysterious force was always held in the temple. And in 1717, modern Freemasonry changed to the temple to the name Lodge to prove that the Masonry is a Jewish origin. Here are the following quotes. The Rabbi Isaac Wise wrote in 1855, Masonry is a Jewish institution whose history, degrees, assignments, signals, and explanations are of Jewish nature from the beginning to end. Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zions in 1897 in Switzerland, said, quote, Masonic lodges are established all over the world to help achieve our independence. Those pigs, the non-Jewish Masons, will never understand the final objects of Masonry. So they would take me into the jail. The guard would process me and strip search me. I would ask for medical attention as my face was broken, and they denied me. As we were walking for him to put me in the cell, he patted me on my back and said, I'm going to put you in here with these 2 nice guys. I knew what he meant when he said that. So I would get in the cell with the 2 guys. I started talking to them. They asked what I was in there for, and I told them I had been set up. So we got to talking, and one of the guys, Pat, started telling me he knows Jen's sister, Jen's boyfriend, and other names I knew. I told myself, how would he know these people? I'm well over an hour away in this jail. How would he know them if he's from Posey, Indiana? So we stayed talking for a few moments. I knew they were in on it. I remember I started asking questions that were hard for him to answer. I then told him, I'm one to know the walls have ears. He then told me in a soft voice and whispered and pointed to the roof and said, I heard they have recorders in the smoke detectors. If I hadn't asked him the questions, he would have never have told me about the smoke detectors. He also said they were always listening on the speaker system. You have to talk to the guards through. A few minutes passed and the guard came and got the other guy out from the cell, Jay. He took him and let him use the regular phone, a phone only the correctional officers are supposed to use. I noticed and told myself he's talking to Jen or her ex-husband. He would come back into the cell. Dinner would be served a few minutes later. I remember trying to eat but couldn't chew as my face was broken. They finished eating and trays were picked up. We would all talk for a short while. Then Jay would start reading a book. About an hour had passed and all of a sudden Jay would get up from laying on his bed and would put his socks over his hands and put a sock on the other hand. I told him, you guys are going to jump me. I would then press the speaker to call the guards. I didn't want to fight as my face was broken. The guards would come to the speaker and say, state your emergency. I told them to get me out of there as they were going to jump me. A guard came to the cell door. He would then take Jay out again to use the CO's phone. Jay would come back into the cell. A short moment later, he pressed the speaker button and told the guard to move him. He would get his stuff and move upstairs for a short. He he would get his stuff and move upstairs. A short while later, the guard would take him to use the phone again. As Jay was upstairs, he would then call down to Pat. He would then say, I heard he's in here for sex charges for a little girl. Note, if you don't know a person with sex charges, or charges, or pedo charges, get jumped every chance the inmates get. Remember I told you that Jen and I had talked one time, and I told her that a person with sex charges or pedophile has it the worst in jail. She told Jay I had sex charges, so I'd have it rough, and inmates would think I was a pedophile or a rapist. Shortly, a guard would then pass by, and Pat asked him if I had sex charges. The guard said, I don't know his charges, but I know he's not in here for any sex charges. I would then go to sleep. I remember waking up saying, oh man, they got me. Should I just kill myself? I thought of it for a second and remembered the prophecy I had gotten. I told myself, so here's the test or trial given by God himself. I'm ready to do this. The next day, me and Pat would get into an argument. We were going to start fighting, but he wanted to fight where the camera could see us. I stayed in the back of the cell and kept telling him, come here, get out of the camera view. He wouldn't get out of the camera view. He then pressed the button and told the guards to get him out of my cell. They moved him to another pod. A few days would pass. No, Pat had two brothers in the same pod with me. The guards would then come and get me out of my cell and tell me I'm moving. I got my stuff thinking I was going to another pod. They then told me I was moving a few doors down. We got to Pat's brother's cell. Like the guards told me to get in there. I told them I'm not going in there. The lady guard, Carly, then yelled and said, get your butt in there. I went in. The guards walked away right away. The guards walked away, and right away he started asking me, so what's this you got with my brother? He was like telling me to prepare to start fighting. Note, this guy Dallas is one of the most dangerous guys in the entire jail. I told myself this guy is way bigger than me. All of a sudden, I would cold clock him. He dropped to the ground, and I got on him and began to proceed beating him up. The guards would come in. Jake would tackle me and try to tase me. As he was tasing me, I could feel the shock bouncing or reflecting off me. The taser bolt didn't hurt me whatsoever. It was God who was with me and took care of me. It was a Friday that I got arrested. On Monday, I would then go to court for my arraignment. The lawyer didn't show up for the arraignment, so they would reschedule. Note, I should have asked for a fast and speedy trial on my first court appearance, but the lawyer wasn't there. Days later, the lawyer would go visit me at the jail. I would then start to tell him that I had been set up and things that had happened in the setup. As I was telling him, I could see it in his facial expression, that he didn't care what I had to say until I mentioned that I had a briefcase that I hid with the papers of my name on it during the setup. He then asked me to draw a map exactly where I had hid it. Like a fool, I drew him a map as to where it was at. He would then leave. I walked out of the room feeling like a fool because I drew up a map and told him where the briefcase was at. I had no idea he was against me also. I would then go to my second court appearance. I would then ask for a fast and speedy trial right there. My lawyer would try and deny me getting a fast and speedy to the judge. I would get transported back to the jail. I would then write a letter to the district attorney requesting a fast and speedy trial and sent it to him. I also asked the guards if they had a notary there, and they said they didn't certify or notarize letters, to which they were lying. On my third court appearance, I would ask for a fast and speedy trial. My attorney would then tell the judge that he thought I needed a mental evaluation and to postpone my court date again. The attorney named Doug Walton said in all his years that he's been an attorney, he could count on one hand how many times he's thought a person needed a mental evaluation. On my third court appearance, I asked the judge for a change of venue. I told the judge I wouldn't have a fair trial in that county as my ex-wife, who had gotten back with her ex-husband, had set me up, and that they had great influence in that county. They denied me that also. I would then tell my attorney he's fired. I said it in open court. I told the courts that I was not in his best interest, and that I was not his best interest. I'd like to note or mention the district attorney was also against me. Also, he had many things to say in their favor. He would say not to grant me a change of venue for no fast and speedy trial, and was in their favor to send me to the mental hospital. The attorney would then call my mom and tell her that he's trying to work with and for me. I told my mom to call him back and tell him he's fired again. He would then try to convince my mom to get me to take a plea for insanity. I told my mom call him back and tell him he's fired. Show pic of papers Paul helped me write with. I would then go to my fourth court appearance. As I walked up to the podium, the same attorney went to the podium. I told him he was fired again in open court. I told him, "What are you doing? You're fired." Can you believe he didn't want to let me fire him, and the judge didn't let me fire him neither? The judge would then postpone my court date again till my birthday. On May 16th, on that day, I woke up, I took a shower, and got ready for court. I waited and waited, but no guard came to get me. I then called the tower and told the guard I had court. The guard said, "Hold on." The guard Carly would then call me on the intercom and tell me my court date had been postponed for 90 days. Note, I knew they postponed my court date for that long on purpose. I also remember when I had first started talking to Jen, she would tell me how Justin's mom would have the cops follow her and harass her, and how Justin would do something on that day that meant something to them. For instance, Jen told me that on their anniversary, Justin would call the cops and have them do a illegal search on her house. This was after they got divorced. They definitely set my court date for that long a period for a reason. I believe they also did that to mess my birthday up. So since arriving at the jail, the guards were totally rude and mean to me for no reason. In all my life, I've never seen people treat people bad the way the guards treated me. Note, if God hadn't prepared me my whole life for this, I would have handled it differently. Even though they treated me the worst a person could be treated, another person I never disrespected them. I killed them with kindness. So at the jail, they usually book you and send you to a pod within a few days. I remember preparing and telling myself that once I go to a pod, I'm going to go in there and tell whoever has a problem to line up at the cell, and I'll fight anyone who wants to fight. It didn't happen that way. They kept me in solitary for a few months before sending me to a pod. So the jail I was at was a new jail being built. Note, they paid $17 million for a state-of-the-art jail. When I arrived, they were still using the old part of the jail. They had a booking and solitary confinement in one pod. They booked people in and did most of their routine inside that pod. The people who are also in trouble would be in that pod. So I told you that there was 3 brothers in that pod. When I got there, I was going to fight the first brother, Pat. He got sent to a pod because I was going to fight him. They would then put me in the cell with his older brother, Dallas, who was the most dangerous man in the jail, fighting-wise. Once people heard that I beat him up, I got total respect in jail. In life, you take out the strongest one, and the others will think twice about messing with you. There are stories I heard about Dallas later on in the pods, how he was so crazy in the mind that they seen him get jumped and hit with a hammer behind the head. The guy who told me this story was there. He said that when they hit him with the hammer, it sounded like a .22 gunshot. Even though they hit him with the hammer and they were jumping him with the hammer, it didn't faze him, and he still stayed fighting them. I also heard stories of people beating him with 2x4s and not fazing him. Dallas was a bully in that jail. There's so much I could say about that. There's so much I could say about what that guy did in jail, but this is my testimony, not his. The third brother, Willie, was the killer or hitman for the secret organization. I found out from another member of that organization. I would also hear myself, another guy, Alex, call and tell Willie that he heard he was doing bad stuff and was doing dark magic and whatnot. I heard and seen Alex tell him with my own eyes and ears that everyone feared Willie in that jail just because the look on his face was pure evil. Here's where it gets interesting. The most dangerous man, killing wise, and the man who could have done the most damage to me in that jail had compassion on me. He could have told people to do things, etc. Instead, he helped me. He got me out of a few ordeals. He would tell others hey, don't mess with that. Man, this was months later that he said that. I couldn't believe it myself that he had compassion on me. At first, I was sketchy. He would call to me and whatnot, and I would and thought he was just playing to get me to think he liked me, so I can trust him. He would tell the guards to tell me to go to the backyard. I wasn't foolish. I wasn't going to go into the backyard with two of the most dangerous guy brothers in the jail. If I would have gone, I would have fought Dallas right away, and I'm sure Willie would have jumped in for his brother Dallas. Dallas was a kind of guy that had too much pride, and was, I guess you can call, messed up in the head. The third brother had got sent to another pod, so it was just Dallas and Willie of the brothers in that pod with me. So I remember going to rec after a few weeks. The guards would tell me to take a certain amount of people, then bring them back and take the next group. When I went to rec, I was prepared to fight. I was on my guard. This guy who was 6'7", 350 pounds, Ryan, came up to me and told me, "You're the guy who beat up Dallas, huh?" I said, "Yeah." We then got to talking, and he started telling me about how the guard told him about me and Dallas. He said the guard told him now that little Mexican, how he can fight. Time would go on, and me and Willie would begin to pass food. At first, I didn't have commissary for some time. He would send me food as he had commissary. I would also send him food that I had saved from my trays. He lived in the cell above me, so he would make a fishing line and he would send it down to me. Later on, when I would get commissary, I would always send him food also too. Later on, I would hear about stuff Willie would do to people. For instance, he told this guy, Kyle, if he wanted something to eat. The guy said yeah, so so Will put poop in the bread or something like that and put it in the cellophane bag and sent it to the guy. I heard the guy got the bag and opened it up, and while the rest is up to the imagination. So being in that first pod booking, I would be in that cell. They would send people when they first arrived in the jail. It was probably the worst cell for me to be because it was the new people arriving. They sent many confidential informants. Being in that pod, it was super loud. Doors were always banging as guards would be going in and out, as there was the booking area also. Being in that jail, I couldn't get any help. The guards wouldn't help me with any fax numbers to the jail addresses, to the courts, etc. They couldn't even give me legal access to the law books, etc. Willie would help me get fax numbers and whatnot. I would talk to Willie through the vent, and he would ask the guards, and they would do mostly whatever he asked, as he was the big dog in jail. So the cops / dog catcher took my dog when I got arrested. Remember how I said Jen and her ex-husband talked about getting my dog and them being together and me getting sent away forever in the messages? Well, when I was in jail, the dog catcher told me that they could hold my dog for me as long as it takes. He said that I would just have to pay $8 a day for him to be locked up. Months then passed, and all of a sudden, 3 guards came to my cell at around 7 or 8 in the morning. They pulled me out of the cell. They then pulled the paper out, and it was adoption papers for my dog. The guards told me I had to sign it. I said I ain't signing nothing. I then told him I wanted him to call my mom for her to call a dog catcher, to which they let me call. So I called my mom and told her what they were trying to do, and for her to call the dog catcher for me. She said she called him on my dad's phone and told him that they were trying to make me sign my dog over. The dog catcher said that they found a family that they think he will get along with. I'd like to note that before the dog catcher told me that he said my dog wouldn't let anyone go near him. So I got off the phone with my mom, and one of the guards named Stallings said if he don't sign it, we'll just sign it for him. I told him if you sign it without my consent, you'll have consequences to pay. So after a few months, I would get sent to a pod. When I walked in, I seen Pat. He went over to me and wrapped his arms around me like everything was good. He did it out of fear and wanted me to believe he was sorry. I was in that pod for a short while, a week I guess. I had made friends with the guy I did Bible study with. One day, he came up to me and told me that he overheard Pat saying stuff about me, that he had me exactly where he wants me. I then told myself I needed to get out of there, as he's going to do something to get me even more deeper in the hole that I was already in. I would then tell guard Thompson that what Billy told me that Pat had said about shanking me. The guard then went and talked to Billy, and he told the guards, yes, Pat said that. The guard then came and got me later on that night and took me back to solitary confinement. I would be in there a while again. I'd like to note that the week or so I was in that pod with Pat. Anyway, I knew the guards would listen to all of my conversations, so I called my mom on the phone and told my mom that Pat had some stuff about Jake, the main guard, and said stuff that would have gotten him in huge trouble. A few moments later, Jake came into the pod and got Pat. Jake took him out to question to see if what I told my mom was true, that Pat had said. I got a kick out of it that the guard went in there that fast after hearing me on the phone speaking about him. I would then get sent to another pod later on. Being in that pod, there was this colored guy. They called him Dre. He always ordered the max commissary limit and was popular because he had food. So something would happen to him and the whole pod would turn against him. They tried to roll him out, but he wouldn't leave, although everyone was against him. I felt sorry for him and had compassion on him, as I felt bad for him. I would walk and hang around him or talk to him when nobody else would. I truly believe if I hadn't been there for him, they would have all beat him up. Plus, he wouldn't have had anyone to talk to, etc. He would have eventually left. Note, later on, I would regret doing that for him. So shortly later, a guy would come into the pod. The guards put him in my cell. We got to talking, and he started saying that he had met this girl who had 5 kids and a van, etc. I would then manipulate him and tell him that he knows Justin. I told him, you know Justin from Fairfield, huh? With red hair and whatnot. He then told me, how'd you know? I then asked him if he knew Trudy, Justin's mom, and he said he was supposed to have met her tomorrow, but that he had came to jail. I knew right there he was a confidential informant for them. A few days would pass, and I played it cool to see what I could get out of him. So a few days had passed when all of a sudden this guy, Billy, who got along with him, came up to me and said he was walking up the stairs and that he had seen Charles going through my box. I then told Billy to let's go confront him. Billy told him to his face that he seen him in my box. I was going to beat Charles up right there, but he was freaked out. I told him if I had caught him, then I would hurt him surely. During being in jail and in that pod, there were several confidential informants trying to get me to speak about my case. There's a rule that you go by in jail, and rule number 1 is you never speak about your case unless ? For instance, one day, one of the biggest guys in that pod called me to his room. His name was Big Rob. There was 2 guys in there. He started telling me he heard that I stole a police car and whatnot. I told him, nope, I didn't, and I'm going to trial. I'm taking it all the way to the box. He would then tell me, you're guilty, just take the deal they're going to offer you. I told him I'm not taking nothing. He would then try and get me to say I did it. I truly believe he was trying to get me to say I did it and wanted the guards to record me on the intercom. In that jail, guards were always listening on the intercom, not only to me but to all others also. Being in that jail, I should have died there many times, as there was people plotting on me and something would happen that it didn't land up happening. I can honestly say I was the most hated man in that jail by both the guards and the inmates. In all my life, I've never heard or seen that many Freemasons in jail. Either they were full of Masons or they were children of Freemasons. Show pic of screenshot and how many Masons live in Indiana. It was truly God who got me out of all these ordeals and dilemmas I went through. I learned in there that God is truly a God of the impossible. Show pic of all Freemasons in Indiana. Being in that pod, Charles and Dre would start getting along really good right away. So in that jail, we had showers in our room. As I was taking a shower, someone went into my room and put a razor blade in my box. I would get out of the shower and get dressed and whatnot, then find it in my box. I don't know how I found it, but I did. It truly was God who let me find it. I did some thinking and told myself only Charles has a razor blade in the pod. Charles has the razor as he made picture frames out of chip bags and decks of cards. I seen Charles with it personally, and people would always go ask him if they could use it. A few minutes later, after I had gotten out of the shower, the guards came and searched my box. I had already flushed the blade by then. I then went up to Charles and asked him to borrow the razor. All of a sudden, he said he didn't have it and that he had got rid of it. Right there, I surely knew it was him. So I went downstairs, and this guy named Jeremy told me he's seen a few guys keeping watch for me and telling Charles what to do, hand signals and whatnot. The next day, I was downstairs talking to Jeremy. I seen Charles using the phone. No, Charles never used the phone. I then seen Dre standing in my view, keeping Charles out of my view. I then looked around Dre and could see Charles dialing my passcode and my phone number to use for my phone. I confronted him right away, and I was going to beat him up. Jeremy then came up to me and asked me for my phone number or my wife's phone number. I then told him the number, and he said that he heard Charles giving that phone number to the guy in the next pod. You can talk through the doors and talk to the people in other pods. Jeremy said he heard Charles telling him that the phone number verbally, so my phone number had been out of service. My phone card had already got expired. Jen went and got another phone and activated my phone number to it. My mom also called my phone number and it was on. So the purpose Jen did that and got my phone number activated was because she had a restraining order on me. If you violate that and call from jail, you can get jail or prison time for calling several times. Jen wanted me to violate the restraining order and get more of a prison sentence out of me. So this is what God did. I found the razor. I caught Charles using my phone passcode and phone number. I then found out from Jeremy that Charles had surely used my passcode and phone number to pass my passcode and phone number to guy in the next pod. If I hadn't found all those things, the guy in the next pod would have used my passcode to call Jen several times, and I would have got charged with violating the restraining order. Note, when I went to court, I said in open court to put it on record that Charles was using my passcode to call my wife. The judge then gave me a smarty aleck remark, taking their side. I would then write to the warden and tell him Charles was using my passcode, and also told the guards that I wanted to press charges on Charles. I told Charles using my passcode, and also told the guards that I wanted to press charges on Charles. I told several COs and even wrote letters to them and wrote the times and dates. I gave them the letters referring to Charles using my passcode so I could get it on camera that I gave them the letters. I would also like to note that before all that happened, Dre went into my room one day. He said, like under his breath, but where you could hear him, he said, "I've heard of people getting set up, but now I know it's real." I told him, "You're talking about me, right?" He then tried to say he wasn't talking about me. So was this time before I had met Charles, when me and Dre were cool. Dre had told me about this site that you can visit called DuckDuckGo. He told me it was like a site that shows you everything that has ever got signed off on for you in your life, or things that you signed off on. Put it this way, it's a site that keeps track of anyone who puts a signature for your name. If a nurse or doctor signed off on you when you were born, that site would have it on record. So Dre had told me about that site. Later on, when I met Charles, I had went to Dre and Charles later on, when I met Charles, I had went to Dre and Charles and said, "Hey Dre, what's that site called? What's that site called that records anything you signed off on, or any record that people sign off on you for?" He said he didn't remember, and I told him in front of Charles, "Ain't it DuckDuckGo?" Both him and Charles would get fidgeting and nervous, they would then say, no, that's not the site. And they would start naming all kinds of other sites that supposedly did what DuckDuckGo did. I then told them I'm going to have my family look up DuckDuckGo for me to prove that my wife is signing off or getting things signed off under my name. When I said that, they both freaked out. I did that for a reason, to scare them. Truth be told, I didn't have anyone to look up that site at the time, as my mom is not computer illiterate to do that. Later on, the next day in the morning, I called Charles into the cell to fight. He wouldn't come into the cell. He then went and called Dre and I fought Dre. The guards broke it up and sent me to solitary. A few minutes later, the guards would take Dre into the booking pod where I was at and let him use a regular phone. If you think about it, why would the guards take him to use a regular unrecorded phone after getting in a fight with me? Later on down the road, I would hear of the district attorney would give Dre a super good deal. I heard the DA only gave him a year. Dre kidnapped his girlfriend, beat her and held her with a gun to her head. No man would get a deal like that unless. He had told me that the least they would go down was 4 to 8 years. They weren't budging. Once he helped Charles, he got a deal of a lifetime. So when I had went to court, they ordered a mental evaluation on me. Later on, they had a physician come. The guards came and got me. Note, I always put God in front of me and would picture him standing right next to me. It was scary every time I went to court or seen my lawyers, physician, etc. So the guard and I walked down this long hall. We went into a room. There was a man sitting in there. I shook his hand and asked him who he was. He told me he was there to evaluate me. I told him I'm not taking their test and that it's my right not to do so if I don't want to. He then said, oh man, I just drove 531 miles. I told him sorry, and I told the guard to take me back. Later on, they would have a colored lady come to evaluate me. She was really nice. I asked her who she was, and she told me she was there to evaluate me. I then asked her how far she drove, and she said I believe 4 hours. I then told her, thank you for your time, but I'm done here. I told her have a great day and told the guards to take me back to my cell. Later on down the road, she would return again. She was nice to me again. I told her if I didn't take the test the first time, what makes you think I'm going to take it now? I told her have a nice day and went back to my cell. Again, later on, they would have the other physician return. A guard came into the pod and said, Romero, you have a visit. I asked the guard who it was for. He said it's the psych doctor was there. I told the guard I'm refusing to see him. The guard then called upstairs to the tower and said that I'm refusing. The warden then opened the little window from the tower and yelled, you're going! I said I'm refusing. The warden then yelled to the CO and for the pod to go on lockdown, and the guard put me up against the wall and said if I didn't go, I would have to go to solitary confinement. So I went. When I got into the room, the same physician that came the first time was there again. I told him I'm refusing to talk to him. He would then try and get me to sit down and talk to him. I told him I'm smarter than you think. He then told me, you look smart. I told him I have nothing left to say. As me and the guard were getting ready to walk out, I overheard the physician ask the guard how I was doing in there and whatnot. The guard told him he's doing fine and he don't start any trouble, etc. As we were walking out, the warden went into the room and spoke to the physician. The physician told him I wouldn't talk to him. As we were walking or leaving that little room, I told the warden, have a great day. He then yelled and said, how the F do you expect me to have a good day now? I got a kick out of it, LOL. As me and the guard were walking, the guard told me, I'm surprised that the warden cussed like that at you, as he's known to never cuss. If you think about it, why would they have a physician come from other states to evaluate me? Evansville, Indiana is less than 20 miles away. There's many physicians who could evaluate me there. The government has certain people to do certain things. The physicians sent to me from other states were there to railroad me, guaranteed. Something I forgot to mention is that when the physician came to visit me and I didn't speak to her, well, anyway, I got back to the pod and went to my room right away and I opened my Bible. I meditated and I prayed and asked God to speak to me. I would close my eyes and open my Bible and point with my finger to a verse. The verse landed on The verse it landed on was Proverbs 17, verse 28. It stated, "Even a fool who is silent is considered wise. When he closes his lip, he is deemed intelligent." Right after I read that, another verse caught my attention instantly. It was Proverbs 18, verse 17. It stated, "The one who states his case first seems right until the other comes and examines him." When God did that for me, I was in shock and in awe once again, as that was amazing how he spoke to me with those two verses right exactly after she came and seen me. That physician would then report to the courts that he thought I needed a mental evaluation based off of what the guard supposedly told him. The guard never said anything negative about me to him. Later on, they would send me to Logan Sport Mental Hospital based off of what the physician said that the guard told him. So being in another pod, I would get a new roommate. We clashed or bumped heads at first, and really get along. We really didn't get along. There was a situation where I got moved rooms because I was putting clear deodorant stickers on the smoke detectors, as I had heard from many people that there was recorders in the smoke detectors. Many other inmates would cover it also. So this old lady, who is a guard, Mary, I think her name was Mary. So this old lady who is a guard, Mary, I think her name would come up to my room in the early morning as she was doing her rounds. She would then stop at my room and wake me up and tell me to take the sticker off the smoke detector. She had told me that a few times. Then she locked me up in the cell for 24 hours where I couldn't come out to the pod. So I moved to this next cell to mine for 24 hours. I did something, so the lady guard took the guy out of his cell next to me and put him in my room with my roommate and put me in his cell for 24-hour lockdown. When the 24 hours was up, I told this guy, Justin, who had moved into my room, that he had to go back to his room. He got his bed and stuff and went back to his room and I got my stuff and was going back to mine. As I went back into my room, my roommate thought he was going to keep the bottom bunk. We were going to get into it. The guard came. It was the other lady guard who hated me severely. She was second in command to tell the other guards what to do and what not. So she went in and told me that he was getting the bottom bunk. I argued and she called the warden in. I would then put my skills to work. Can you believe I manipulated the scenario with the truth? I told him things and then told him what's right is right. He went against the guard's word because I was able to convince him. I couldn't believe that the warden went against his own guard's say-so. When he took my side over hers, she was super mad. You could see it in her face. She gave me a dirty look and walked away. The warden, who was the main one against me, who had his guards doing bad things to me, took my side over one of his main guards' word. When that happened, I told myself that it was surely God who did that. It was so cool the way it happened and the way God made the warden's mind be in my favor. I'd also like to mention that when I was in that cell 24 hours, I found a magazine of a religious book I had. I tore it out and posted it to the window with a sticker. I remember what it said. It said, "You are of your father, the devil, and the will of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and bold not in the truth." The lady guard who hated me the most, she went up to my window and read it. I'm sure thoughts were running through her mind. The guards don't allow anyone to put stickers or anything on the walls or the windows. She was supposed to have made me take it down, but she walked away. I got a kick out of that also. So I would get the bottom bunk. He too was mad. After a few days, we started getting along. Without a doubt, God put him in there for a reason. This guy was one of the smartest people I've ever met. So as we got along, we would talk. I told him I had been set up by the government. The whole time being in that jail, I only let 2 guys go through my paperwork, and he was one of them. I needed help writing the Supreme Court and whatnot. I was able to convince him to help me write it. He would write paragraphs pertaining to what I said. He helped me for a few hours. He would then say he'll help me later on with it. I knew once he stopped, I wouldn't get any more help from him, or once someone see him helping me, that they wouldn't help me anymore, as the inmates would have told him who I was. There was many inmates who were against me. As I said, there were either full Masons or Masons. Like as I said, there were either full Masons or Masons of Sons or Sons of Masons. It happened the way I thought it would. The other inmates seen him helping me write it in my room and told him not to help me. He didn't help me after that. I was able to figure how to put it all in order and send a letter to the Supreme Court, etc. Note, I would spend countless hours on my case. So a day or so had went by, and all of a sudden the guard came into the pod to get my roommate. They took him out for a good while. When he returned, I asked him where he was at. He couldn't really answer me. I told him, they came, huh? He was freaked out because I knew. I asked him if that was Jen, Justin, or Trudy. When he told me in a whisper, I'll tell you later. I would ask him to tell me a few hours later who it was, and he wouldn't tell me. I wrote down the time and date he went out of the pot to make sure it was recorded on camera. I can honestly say that God put the people I needed at exactly the right time to help me fight my battles. Truly, it wasn't me fighting my battles, it was God fighting my battles for me. With the people who are setting me up while they would make a move and I would make the next move. They had a hard time with me because all the times I've been to jail, I actually paid attention to the law. I knew what I was doing and how the system worked. I can guarantee the government spent over $1 million with all the people they had working for them against me. They thought me getting set up would ruin me, but I knew it was a test or a trial given by God himself. It was for my own good, and I wouldn't change anything that happened. My God counted me worthy to endure the ultimate trial. I truly believe it was a discipline of the Lord that he was disciplining me, as it says in Hebrews 12, verse 6 to 11. For the Lord disciplines the one he loves and chastises every son whom he receives. It is for discipline that you have to endure. God is treating you as sons. For what son is there whom his father does not discipline? If you are left without discipline in which all have participated, then you are illegitimate children and not sons. Besides this, we have had earthly fathers who disciplined us, and we respected them. Shall we not much more be subject to the Father of spirits and live? For they disciplined us for a short while, as it seemed best to them, but he disciplines us for our good, that we may share in his holiness. For the moment, all discipline seems painful rather than pleasant, but later it yields a peaceful fruit of righteousness to those who have been trained by it. So when I arrived at the jail, I had a small book from Pat. Right away, God would speak me through it. I had asked for a Bible but couldn't get one for a few weeks. The guards wouldn't give me one. About a week later, I would get a book. It was called Where is God and All of This by Deborah Howard. God would speak to me through that book. That book helped me out so much, so much. If it wasn't for that book, I don't know if I could have gotten through the trial the way I did. When I first got that book, the first thing I would read was the verse that said, "Dear friends, do not be surprised at the fiery ordeal that has come upon you to test you as though something strange is happening to you. But rejoice inasmuch as you participate in the sufferings of Christ, so that you may be overjoyed when his glory is revealed. If you are insulted because of the name of Christ, you are blessed, for the Spirit of glory and of God rests on you. If you suffer, it should not be as a murderer or a thief or any other kind of criminal or even as a meddler. However, if you suffer as a Christian, do not be ashamed, but praise God that you bear that name. For it is time for judgment to begin with God's household, and if it begins with us, what will the outcome be for those who did not obey the gospel of God? And if it is hard for the righteous to be saved, what will become of the ungodly and the sinner? So then those who suffer according to God's will should commit themselves to their faithful Creator and continue to do good." When I read that, I was in awe and shock. It was speaking directly to me. I truly believe that God made Deborah, and for this specific reason in life, for her to write the book that would help me get to the ultimate trial. I definitely recommend that book to anyone going through the trials of suffering. So I'd like to thank Miss Deborah Howard for writing that book, but most of all, I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for making her to write that book, and also for him granting me that book to help me in my trial. So I would say God would speak to me So I would say God would speak to me in all my life. I've never seen him speak to a person the way he spoke to me. It was unbelievable the way he would speak to me directly. He would speak to me through books, through people, and all sorts of unbelievable ways. If God didn't speak to me the way he did, there's no way I would have made it. There's no way I would have been able to handle the trial the way I did. Once down the road, I was able to have pure joy. I was able to do my trial with joy, although I was in the midst of severe suffering. I seen all the signs and the way he was working. It was like he had everything all planned out to the T, in which everything was planned out by him. God wanted to see if I had true faith. He wanted to see if I would put my full trust in him. He wanted to see if my heart truly loved him. He wanted to see how I would react to everything, if I would stay true to him or deny him. So a few weeks would pass. So a few weeks to a month later, I would get put into a cell with this guy named Jimtown. This guy knew the law and right procedures to take for the courts. Before being put up in my cell, I would always hear him talking through the door and telling inmates things about the law. We would get to talking and get along. I totally believe that God let me meet him for a reason. All in all, he was also working for them. I would find out later on that Jimtown's dad was also a Mason. His dad was also one who helped build that jail. He would say things about my case and act like he wanted to help me, but in actual reality, he didn't, and I had to bribe him and manipulate him to help me. I'd like to say or note that I'm a man that adapts to his environment. I would adapt and use their own people against themselves. I adapted to my environment in there. So Jimtown would help me with my case and help me write motions, etc. I'd like to note that the entire time being in that jail, only two guys helped me and only showed two guys about what was going on with the courts and with me and my case. They only knew what the courts, the DA, the judge, and the lawyers were doing to me. I only told them what the courts, etc. were doing to me. Being in that jail, I would get moved around a lot. Months would pass, and me and Jimtown would get sent to a pod together. They sent us to a pod together, and the crazy thing is we got to be roommates again right away. They put us in the same room together. The guards had no idea he would help me. So being in that pod, he helped me a good amount. But one day I went upstairs and was talking to this other guy for a good while. I had this feeling to go down to my room. I tiptoed down the stairs because you could walk down these metal stairs and it makes a huge noise. So I tiptoed down and went towards my room, real sneaky. He must have seen me coming in the reflection of the glass window, as our room was against the wall, and you could open the door to the wall and you could see the reflection of the pod, I guess you could say. As I got into my cell, he was hurrying to put something away. He jumped when I walked in. Note, I used to put file paperwork under my mattress. I then told him, "Are you going through my papers or what?" He said, "No, I wouldn't do that." I'm 99.9% sure he was going through my papers. There's that 1% I wasn't sure, as he had put the papers back before I got in the cell. I caught him, but I didn't catch him 100%, if that makes any sense. I didn't do anything to him as I needed him. After I caught him, I would then get a brownie box and put my papers in it and carry it everywhere. I carried that box for, I'd say, a few months. I didn't let it out of my sight. Later on down the road, I would put it to solitary confinement with him. I had a few bags of coffee. In jail, it's like gold. People drink cup after cup and it gets them wired up. It's called geeked out. When we would like to drink, so we would drink 2 bags of coffee. We had been up 3 days straight. As we were winding down, he was laying down on his bed and I was laying on mine. All of a sudden, he asked me, "What does your daughter's name mean in the dictionary?" No, Jimtown had this huge dictionary. I thought to myself, like, huh? I would then get up and get his dictionary and look for my daughter's name. When I came up to the word mystic, it said, "The belief that God or reality may be known by an immediate insight differing from all ordinary sensation or reasoning." A person who seeks direct knowledge from God. When I read that, I was in awe and shock. I was blown away and I couldn't believe it. What my daughter's name meant. Note, I had no say so in my daughter's name, and God let her be named that for a reason. Mystic is a person who practices or believes in religious mysticism. Mystic means one in union with God, a believer in mysticism, specific one who professes to undergo mystical experiences and to comprehend intuitively truth beyond human understanding. A person who claims to attain or believes in the possibility of attaining insight to mysterious, transcending ordinary human knowledge as by direct communication with the divine or media intuition in a state of spiritual ecstasy. A person initiated into religious mysteries. As I said, I was blown away and in awe when I read that, as God was speaking directly to me while I was going through the ultimate trial. I said that God was speaking to me in unbelievable ways. Well, I believe he was just confirming it right there. If you think about it, why would Jim Town even ask me what my daughter's name meant? Why would he even think that? You can look for any other kids' names in the dictionary, but you won't find it. You won't find a Joe, Sarah, Mark, James, etc. in there. God let my daughter be named Mystic for a reason. Another thing or significance about my daughter is she was born on the very day God ended the world the first time, as it says in Genesis 7 verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened, and rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. My daughter was born on February 17th. I believe that God gave her those significances as he was speaking directly to me, and he let her be born on the day that he ended the world the first time, as he's going to use me to speak of his second return soon and for all to come to repentance. Jesus shall soon return, and later on in my testimony, I shall show you the proof of me being his messenger. Show Genesis 7 verse 11, Mystic's birthday. So after a few weeks or so, I was able to get a Bible. I would open it, and it would go or land on Nahum 1. When I read it, I was in awe and blown away that verse was exactly about me. I couldn't believe it. Everything that was happening, as well as it's saying, from you came one who plotted evil against the Lord, a worthless counselor. These verses were directly about me or to me or for me. From the way it talks about the Lord being good and a stronghold in the day of trouble, and those he knows who take refuge in him, to say he will make a complete end of the adversaries and pursue his enemies into darkness. What do you plot against the Lord? He will make a complete end. Trouble will not rise up a second time. This verse is all about the people working in the government who were against me, as well as about my life. Note, I'm sure the government or the secret society had their best or smartest people working on me to try and ruin me. Keep going. For they are entangled like thorns, like drunkards as they drink. They are consumed like stubble fully dried. From you came one who plotted evil against the Lord, a worthless counselor. Is also where it talks about the government against me. Thus says the Lord, though they are at full strength and many, they will be cut down and pass away. Though I have afflicted you, I will afflict you no more. The government was at full strength and many, and they were doing everything in their power to ruin me and get me sent away for good. As I said, they would make a move and I would make the next move. It was the Lord fighting for me. I totally believe with all my heart that Nahum 1 verse 7 to 13, that God wrote it about me. There's many different meanings to each verse in the Bible, but I truly believe that God wrote that about me or for me in the Bible. So I said that God was speaking to me in unbelievable ways. About 4 to 6 months into my trial, I would tell God, you're making this trial easy for me by the way you're speaking to me. I thought that this trial was supposed to be hard. The trial was hard, the hardest trial a man could go through, surely. But God gave me peace and joy in the midst of suffering. Plus, the way he was speaking to me made me know that he was right there with me and that it was a test and trial given by him himself. I remember every time I would go to court or see the physician, attorney, etc., I would always put Jesus in front of me. I would picture and imagine him right there with me. It was super scary every time I went to court or when I would go to see the attorney or go see the physician, not knowing what they were going to do to me next or what they were plotting next. In all my life, I've always put my full trust in God. It wasn't until about the 4th to 6th month into my trial that I was able to find true trust in Jesus. The things he did was unbelievable. I was able to trust him 100%, and he knew he was going to get me through it and out of it. I also knew my trial was there for me to build character. If God's going to make you like Jesus, he's going to take you through everything Jesus went through, and Jesus wasn't spared from difficulty. Was there times Jesus was lonely? Yes. Was there a time when he was misunderstood? Yes. Was there a time when Jesus was disappointed with people? Yes. Was there times he was tempted to be discouraged and give up? Yes. Was there times he was just tempted? Yes. And if God let his own son go through all that, don't you think he's going to let you go through it too? Yes. Why? Because he's more interested in your character than your comfort. I believe with all my heart it was also the discipline of the Lord, for it says in Hebrews 12, verse 6, "For the Lord disciplines the one he loves and chastises every son whom he receives." It is for discipline that you have to endure. God is treating you as sons. For what son is there whom his father does not discipline? If you are left without the discipline in which all have participated, then you are illegitimate children and not sons. Besides this, we have had earthly fathers who disciplined us, and we respected them. Shall we not much more be subject to the Father of spirits and live? For they disciplined us for a short time as it seemed best to them, but he disciplines us for our good, that we may share in his holiness. For the moment of all discipline seems painful rather than pleasant, but it yields the peaceful fruit of righteousness to those who have been trained by it. Another verse that truly touched me was 1 Peter 1-7. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold, though your faith is far much more precious than mere gold. So when your faith remains strong through many trials, it will bring you much praise and glory and honor on the day when Jesus Christ is revealed to the whole world. I totally believe that verse says and means is on point from God and touched me deeply, knowing he was testing me. But persecution brings out the genuineness of our faith. In my trial, God got me out of so many situations with both the courts and inmates, guards, etc. Truth be told, I should have died in there or lost my mind. The things the people or government can do can make a person lose their mind. It's frightening not knowing what could happen to you and also knowing you can go to prison for the rest of your life. If not for God, Jesus Christ, I don't know what would have happened. So when I arrived at the jail, or should I say when I started doing my legal work and sending motions, etc. out, I was smart enough to start getting all my papers notarized. I started writing and sending motions since the first week or two that I was there. I would ask the guards or told the guards I had some papers to be notarized. The guards would say that there was no notary there. Willie would then tell me that there is a notary in the jail. I would then manipulate the main guard, Jake. I called him over and told him, I have some papers I need to be notarized. How much does it cost? And can you do it for me? He would then say how much. I told him, so there is a notary here? I had got him. He couldn't say that there wasn't one. I manipulated his mind. I acted like I knew and was sure that there was a notary there. He would then say he'll do it for me later. I'm sure he had to tell the warden and other guards that I got him, and now I know that there's a notary for sure. I'd like to note that I had many papers notarized and had trouble getting them notarized. I had to stay on the guards and tell them every little while, are you going to get it notarized for me? I got it done. I didn't give up and made sure they did it. If they were giving me a hard time with it, I'd have my mom call the notary lady. One day my mom called her and the notary lady was mean to my mom for no reason. She would then make a rude remark and tell my mom they got me in here for a reason. If you think about it, why would she even say that? She too knew what was going on with my situation. If you'd like to take my case on, you can reach me at kpromero85@gmail.com. A few weeks after arriving at the jail, I remember writing on a piece of paper, "I'd rather be in jail for 1,000 years than spend 24 hours in hell." I stuck the paper to the wall with a deodorant sticker. The main guard, Jake, would see it and read it. When he read it, it like freaked him out. He just stayed in a daze for a moment. He thought about it. I thought it was pretty cool the way he jumped back and shrugged his shoulders and thought about it. So being in that jail, when I would go into the pods, the guards would go and search the pod all the time. The inmates knew the guards were searching all the time because of me. The guards did that so the inmates would get mad at me and cause trouble, as the inmates don't like to be bothered by the guards. There was a time the guards would come into the pod and search everyone's cell. They would go and leave and come back a few minutes later and search my cell again. They would then take my religious books and religious items. Note, it's against the law for them to take my religious items away. After several months would pass, I remember telling the guards, "Jesus loves you." I also remember telling the main guard that Jesus loved him, and he got offended. I told him a few times. I would also tell the lady guard, Carly, who was second in command of the guards, that Jesus loves her. She didn't know what to do or say when I told her that. Later on that day or the next day, as her and Emily were serving trays, while Carly just happened to be serving on my tier, she would then call Emily over and tell her to take my tray to me. I heard her myself tell Emily, "Can you do me a favor and take this to Romero?" She did that because she didn't want to hear me tell her that Jesus loves her. Telling her or the guards that Jesus loves them got their demons irritated. After several months, one day all of a sudden, all the guards were nice to me. It was so weird that they were treating me the way a person should be treated. They treated me decent for a few weeks. When I seen them be nice to me, I couldn't and didn't know why. After the first couple days, I would read in the Bible, "When a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him." I was doing everything right with God. I stayed trusting, serving, and worshiping him. God was telling me right there that I'm pleased with him, and that when my ways please him, that he will even make my enemies to be at peace with me. Being in that jail, when I was able to go to Bible study a few months after being in jail, note, I wasn't able to go to Bible study until I got to a pod. I had all these verses and things God had done for me. I would then show the Pastor Brian, what God was doing for me and how he was speaking to me. I told him and the group of 4 or 5 other people that my case is different from everyone else's. I did say I was set up. That's all I said. Note, I didn't go around telling people I was set up. I told maybe a handful of people. Most of the people in there already knew why I was in there. So when I had shown Brian how God was speaking to me and the things God was doing in my life, he was in disbelief. He didn't know what to think or believe. He was also in awe. So I was able to go to church maybe 5 times the entire time I was in jail. The first couple times, I would show Brian things that were unbelievable. He was in awe. He would then hear about me and would start treating me different. The people of the organization, government, told him who I was. The third time I went to church, I was excited again to show him and the people who were there what God was doing and how he was speaking to me. Brian would then say, "If you look long enough and hard enough in the Bible, you'll find all sorts of things about yourself." I would then tell him, "Well, if you can find things I found, then show me what God has done for you and show me how God speaks to you directly." Brian said that if you look long enough and hard enough, you'll find things. He said it in a rude remark, so I kind of gave him a rude remark back. The fourth time he went, I showed the group of people again what God was doing. This time Brian brought another guy with him. That guy was in awe of the way God was speaking to me. Note, when I was able to show people the way God was speaking to me, I was able to say it like I had known it forever. It was all put in order. The 5th time Brian came and bring the guy with him, I showed them again. Brian would then be rude to me. I remember showing them, and then the guy who was with Brian stood up for me. He said, "You know why? It's because God was with that person." That part is hard to explain. I had shown them how God was speaking to me and what God was doing for me. Then Brian was rude and said something. The guy would then stick up for me, and he would open his Bible and recite a verse. Then he would look at Brian and look at me and say it because God was with that man. It was so cool the way it happened. So everyone would always give Brian praise and say he has a pure heart, etc. He seemed to play the part quite well, but when he found out who I was, his persona totally changed towards me. So being in that jail, there was a time I was in solitary confinement. I had been in a cell all by myself. One day I was in a deep sleep. Note, I have insomnia and hard sleep. I would hear a voice saying, Israel, Israel. I would then wake up and look at my hands to see if they had the Lord's written on it. When I woke up, I knew my name was Israel. It's like I felt it. It's unexplainable, but I knew. I would then open my Bible and it would land on Isaiah 44, and I would start reading from verse 5 on to verse 8. It would say, this one will say, I am the Lord's. Another will call in the name of Jacob, and another will write on his hand, the Lord's, and name himself by the name of Israel. When I read that, I was in shock and awe. I couldn't believe it. For me to hear a voice saying, Israel, Israel, then wake up and look at my right hand right away to see if I had the Lord's written on it. Then open my Bible and it landed on that verse of Isaiah. I began to put two and two together. It was God who did that. First of all, I hardly ever sleep. Second, I was in a deep sleep when it happened. Third, I would hear a voice saying Israel. Fourth, I would wake up and look at my hands to see if they had the Lord's written on them. Fifth, I would open my Bible and it would land on Isaiah 44, and I would read from verse 5 on to 8. God, without a doubt, did all that for me. I couldn't get over the fact that he did that. I was in awe for days and would keep on reminiscing on what he had done. That, without a doubt, gave me remarkable strength. I'd like to mention that in that jail, when I would go to court on the way there, I would always stay staring at the sky and sun. I would tell myself that there's a God, Jesus Christ, who made that. I would then tell myself there's a God and he's always with me no matter what. To be quite honest, I'm a man who's quite fascinated with God's creation, for everything is for his glory. As I was in that jail, I would be in a pod. I remember waking up every morning and seeing the most beautiful sun I've ever seen. So this jail is a small jail that's worth 17 million. It's designed that it's a jail inside of a jail. They made a jail, then put another structure around it. So it was built like that because the plumbing is behind the cell wall. The guards would walk through the hall and unclog our toilets, showers, etc. So we had a window that was 4 inches wide and 4 feet long. You can see out of it, but in most parts you can't see out the second window that surrounds jail, as it has tint or film on it. In my cell, the second window structure had a small gap where there was no tint or film, and I could see the outside world out of it. I would wake up every morning and look forward to seeing it. I only seen the sun in the morning like that for about 2 to 3 weeks. Like I said, it was the most beautiful sun I've ever seen in my life. So being in that cell, one night I got up, I looked out my window. Note, so in Indiana, they have all these oil refineries. At night, you could look out your window in the other pods and see a blurry flame. There's several flames you can see, but in my cell, I could see out the second window through a tiny patch or hole that didn't have tint or film on it, making it possible to see clearly outside. While I woke up one night and looked out the window, when I looked out, I seen a huge flame. The flame made a huge phoenix bird. I couldn't believe my eyes. What I was seeing, it was amazing. Later on, the next day, I would tell a guy, Steven, that I had seen a phoenix in the flame outside. He would then tell me, you do know what a phoenix represents, right? I told him no. He would then tell me that a phoenix represents new birth and new beginnings. When he told me that, I was in awe. I totally believe with all my heart that God let me see that for a reason, as well as seeing the sun in the morning like that. Seeing the phoenix and the sun like that every morning gave me strength, knowing that God did that. As I was in jail, I remember coming across a verse about King David. I was reading the full chapter, but this verse touched my heart. It was 1 Samuel chapter 16, verse 12. It said, "Now he was handsome and ruddy and had beautiful eyes." When I read it, I believe it was describing me as well. It touched my heart because I remembered a month or so before setup, I had sold my RV. This elderly couple came down the first night to look at it. The elderly man test drove it. By the way, he was driving crazy, LOL. They agreed that they were going to buy it. They tried to offer to write me a check, but I told them I couldn't take a check unless I could cash it right now. It was already dark, but they came to see it. So they left and they returned the next day. The elderly woman would then tell my wife at that time, "Look at his eyes, look at his eyes. Doesn't he have the most beautiful eyes you've ever seen?" She would then tell me a few separate times that I had the most beautiful eyes she had ever seen. No, when she told my wife that I had the most beautiful eyes, my wife replied, "That's why I married him." It also touched me because I told myself, who knows, God must give his chosen one beautiful eyes. So on a separate occasion, as I was reading my Bible, I would come across another verse that would touch my heart and speak to me. So at the beginning of my testimony, I talked a lot about my grandma, how she saved me from that truck, how she healed my cut off finger, how she could make the rain, hail stop, how she healed my brother Ryan's cut off fingers, how her horse saved me from drowning, and how also I saved her life. My grandma was a woman of God. She truly was. Every time we'd go over, she would be reading her Bible. We lived next door, so we were over there daily and constantly. My Uncle Louis also lived with her, and he was also a man of God. In all my life, those two people were truly people of God and lived for God. I've never seen anyone with such faith and the love of God, Jesus Christ, as they had. So as I was reading my Bible, I came across this. It was 2 Timothy verse 3. "I thank God whom I serve, as did my ancestors, with a clear conscience. As I remember you constantly in my prayers night and day, as I remember your tears, I long to see you, that I may be filled with joy. I am reminded of your sincere faith that first dwelt in your grandmother, Lois, and your mother, Eunice, and now I'm sure dwells in you as well." I totally believe that God put that verse in the Bible for me. When I read it, I put two and two together. My grandma and Uncle Louis were the two people that had the most faith and love for Jesus Christ I've ever seen. Look how it says grandma and then Louis right next to it. I understand that Louis is a woman's name, but if you pronounce it as it looks, it says Louis. That's no coincidence. Then it talks about, "Do not be ashamed of the testimony about our Lord, nor me, his prisoner, was sharing suffering for the gospel by the power of God who saved us and called us to a holy calling, not because of our works, but because of his own purpose and grace by which he gave us in Jesus Christ before the ages began." That verse totally touched my heart. I would then keep reading and come across another powerful verse God sent to me by God. It was 2 Timothy 1 verse 16. It said, May the Lord grant mercy to the household of one sent for us. For he often refreshed me and was not ashamed of my chains. But when he arrived in Rome, he searched for me earnestly and found me. May the Lord grant him to find mercy from the Lord on that day. So this is the way it touched my heart. It starts off with May. Then if you look at it, it's verse 16. It's my birthday. My birthday is May 16th. Then it goes on to say that the Lord grant mercy to the household of one for us. I got out of that, may the Lord grant mercy to the household of one is for us. If you turn the SI into IS, it's one is for us. Then it goes on to say, for he often refreshed me and was not ashamed of my chains, meaning that he refreshed me, and the chain meaning me being in jail. Then it goes on to say, but when he arrived in Rome, he started searching for me earnestly and found me. I got out of that verse, when he arrived in Rome, my last name is Romero. When he searched for Rome, he searched for me earnestly and found me. When I read all those verses, especially on the same page of Bible, it touched me. I believe it was in reference to me or for me. It had my grandma and Uncle Louis' name. talked about their flesh and my faith, my chains, etc. God touched my heart and let me feel as if it was directed directly to which I believe it to me, which I believe it was. The feeling I had when I read it was unbelievable. It was a warming, soothing feeling that filled me with love for the Lord Jesus and made me in awe of his great power. As I said before, Jesus is all powerful and has everything planned out to the T. As I was in jail in a pod, I had this roommate, David, they called him Kaz, who was a true genius. He really was. He would tell me stories and was just smart. He would tell me stories and was just smart as can be. He told me that he was so smart that when he was in school, in elementary or middle school, that he took a school test. He said that he scored so high that they didn't believe him, that he didn't cheat. They thought he cheated, so he took the test again and passed with flying colors. He told me that he was like the real life Doogie Howser. So anyway, sharing a cell with him, I would have people come in my room and talk to them in front of him. Most of the people would be my enemies against me. So I said before how I would use the organization, governments, people against themselves. There was times I would be talking to them and use them against themselves. David one day overheard me manipulating a few guys and using them against themselves. When they walked out of the cell, David would say, "You're smart, real smart. I seen exactly what you did. You turned them against each other. You are one smart man." Later on that night, we would be talking. He would tell me something about the government, how they do research on people. He said if the government was smart, they would be doing studies on men like me and you. When David told me that, he seen what I was doing. When David told me that he seen what I was doing and how smart I was to manipulate them, it gave me strength. It showed me that everything in my life prepared me for the ultimate trial, and for a man that smart to tell me that I was very smart was a huge compliment to me. Truth be told, it was Jesus Christ working through me. When people went into that pod, new people, I would take advantage and talk to them right away before anyone could tell them who I was. A lot of people who went in already knew who I was even before meeting them in person. So I would see what I can get out of them for my advantage. I was playing the game of chess with them. They would make one move and I'd make the next, or I'd make a move and they'd make the next. One day, as me, the transporting officer, and another inmate were on the way back from court, as we were pulling up to the jail, I seen an SUV like the one I seen in the setup. There was someone sitting in it. I would then sit up and turn my full attention to that SUV. As I sat up and put my full attention on the SUV, the transporting officer went berserk for no reason. He would start yelling at me for me to sit in the seat and stop looking over there. I ignored him. There was a reason he went berserk for the SUV catching my attention. There was a girl in it. There was a girl in there. It might have been Jen, I'm not sure, but just saying, he didn't go berserk for no reason, that's for sure. You know, in all the transporting officers, there was only one officer who treated me with kindness. He would pay attention to me and what was going on with me in court. He always called me Mr. Romero with respect, and other times he would transport me. He would tell, "Well, Mr. Romero, are you ready to go do your thing?" He was telling me that as he knew I was doing the right thing and he knew I was fighting for my life. He knew what I was going through, or he knew I had been set up. Posey County is a small town and it's all corrupted. God put me in that jail, in that town for a reason. Being in that jail, I would see some pretty corrupt things. Here's a few to name. There was one time I was in solitary. A cop would bring a woman into booking. No, solitary and booking are in the same pod. To book her, the cop was manhandling her. She was telling the cop and CO that she had been set up by her boyfriend for drugs. She was crying. The cop would then yell at her and tell her to be quiet. He would then manhandle her again, shoving her around. He would then tell her to place her hands on the wall. She was so scared and would put one of her hands down to protect herself from him. He would then grab her hand on her arm in a rude manner with force and place it back on the wall. She was just so scared that it was just natural reflexes that she would put her hand down to protect herself from him. He did all these things in front of two other guards and they didn't say a thing. The cop would then have the guards put her in a restraining chair for 12 hours straight. I'd like to note that I was once in that chair for 2 hours straight and it was miserable. The restraining chair looks like a wheelchair and they strap your feet and put your hands behind your back. That chair is crucial on your body. The whole body starts to cramp. I absolutely hated it. The entire time being in that jail, she was the only one I seen get beat up by an officer. I totally believe that she was set up too. If you think about it, why would the officer be manhandling her like that for no reason and telling her to be quiet? And why would they put her in the restraint chair for 12 hours for no reason? I remember seeing her the next day using the recorded phone. She was showing the inmates the bruises she had on from the officer. You should have seen her arm. It was like blackish blue from where he was grabbing her, from the top of her arm to her wrist. He had no reason to do that to her. As he was doing it, the other inmates were yelling for him to stop, but he would tell them to shut up and mind their own business. I'd also like to mention that the restraint chair, it's harsh and hectic and it's cruel. They only put inmates who are being bad in that chair. The worst guy in that jail would only be put in there for 2 hours at a time. I seen guys go for 3 or 4 hours, but that's because they were repeat offenders or because they had done something really bad. This one guy Rusty was a guy who liked to cause chaos in the other cell or pods. They were always putting him in the chair. I would ask him, "Ain't that chair crucial on you?" He would then brag about how many times he's been in that chair and how he rode it for the longest out of anyone in the jail for 8 to 10 hours. That was until the girl got the record for 12 hours straight. I truly did feel bad for that woman, as the officer had no right hurting her the way he did. Another corrupt thing I saw was two colored guys get booked into jail. One of the guys told the guard to call the drug force detective. The guard called the detective. Next thing you know, that guy walked right out while his partner got booked in. Everyone in the pod caused ruckus and was yelling, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" He called the drug force detective and they released him that fast. In all my life and all the times I've been in jail, I've never seen anything like that. That's just another thing that adds up to the corruption of that small town. There's so much I learned about the corruption in that town, it's unbelievable. I know and learned so much from the corruption of the judges to the things about the Masons that shouldn't be known to a regular man like myself. Another thing I'd like to mention is I still can't believe that little rinky-dinky jail cost $17 million. Yes, I understand it's state of the art, but that jail is poorly built. If contractors went in, they would see how poorly welded the cages are, amongst other things. I just can't come to terms and figure out how a jail that small can be worth that much. There's a jail in Albuquerque that's 10 to 15 times bigger than it and costs less. I don't know how true this is, but one of the guys said that he's seen the jail being built and that they use shipping containers to build the cells. The cells absolutely do look like shipping containers. It looks like all they added was beds, a toilet, and a shower. So one morning, the guards called me on the intercom around 4 or 5 in the morning. They said, "Get ready and pack your stuff. You're leaving." I got ready and packed my stuff. I would then get transported to Logansport Mental Hospital. 2 officers would transport me for nearly 5 hours. On the way there, I would see some amazing signs or billboards. One of them said, "Trust in the Lord, and God will get you through it all." I was amazed to have seen all those signs. It gave me strength, knowing God was with me and confirming that He was with me. The 2 transport officers were really nice with me. One of the transport officers was the officer who used to be the warden right before I got there. The new warden had just took office not too long before I had arrived. So the officer who was a warden before I got there also had compassion on me. He was always nice to me and treated me with respect. I got out of a few ordeals with him as he had pull and respect and authority there. So on our way to Logansport, they were gonna get me McDonald's, but we had passed the last exit for the McDonald's, so we didn't stop. The ex-warden promised me McDonald's when he came back for me. As we were getting close to Logansport, he would let me borrow his cell phone a few times to talk to my mom. It was really cool of him to do that. I would then get transported into the facility. They would do whatever process they had to do to book me in. When I got there, I didn't trust them whatsoever. I honestly thought they would keep me there forever or for good, as they had the say so whether I was competent to stand trial or not. It was very frightening, but I kept my trust in God and knew He would some way get me out of there. I thought going to the mental hospital would be easy. I thought they stayed in the room most of the day with a big comfortable mattress. It was the exact opposite. They would wake us up between 5 and 6 in the morning while make us make our beds and we'll make our beds and walk down a long hall to chow. We would eat, then have to wait several minutes for them to count us before we could go back. After they would send us back, we would go to one of the big rooms. One of the big rooms had a TV and was always loud. The other room was called the quiet room, but it wasn't. We would have to stay in there in those rooms, sitting in this hard plastic chair that was low to the ground. It was the most uncomfortable chair I've ever sat in my life. In that facility, they had this thing that you have to sit in the chair, and if you can't go to sleep, and you can't go to sleep sitting in the chair, if they see you dozing off, they would go wake you. I couldn't stand it when they would do that. I would get comfortable enough to doze off for a few minutes, and they would wake me. Being in there, I did get 7 or 8 hours of rest every night as they put me on medication, but I would wake up feeling like I hadn't got any rest at all. Being in that facility, it was absolutely brutally cold for me. When you arrive there, they give you 7 of everything: 7 shirts, 7 pairs of socks, 7 sweatshirts, 7 warm-ups, etc. It was so cold in there that I would wear 3 sweatshirts just to try to stay warm. Even with the 3 sweatshirts, I was still freezing. I was miserable in there. When I arrived, the doctors would try to talk to me. I told them I'm not answering any of their questions. I would say just enough to get by. I wasn't going to let them say false things about me, so my best bet was to stay as quiet as I can. Being in there, I seen several people get evaluated. Even the most less fortunate retarded people would only take the evaluation for 30 minutes max. The first time they tried to have me take the evaluation, I denied it. They evaluate every 90 days. I told myself they're going to try and railroad me anyway, so my best bet was to not take it. That's what I thought at the time. Who knows, if I would have took it the first time, they might have railroaded me. In a way, I kind of regretted denying it, as I told myself, oh man, I'm going to freeze and be miserable for time being till they release me on their behalf. I told myself I wouldn't take the test for 6 months to a year. I would wait it out for them to release me on their own. Another 90 days would come, and finally I had it in my heart to take the test. So I said it only takes 30 minutes max for evaluation. Well, it took 5 hours for them to give me a test or evaluation. I showed 0 signs of mental illness in there, yet they had to examine me for 5 hours straight. I passed all their tests with flying colors. When I was done taking their test, Dr. Shaw told me she was going to go over my evaluation with another doctor and would let me know later if I had passed or not. A few hours later, as we were eating chow in the chow room, she came in. When she opened the door, she gave me a thumbs up. I didn't know what she was saying for sure, so I started walking towards her. She then said I passed the test, and I jumped for joy right there. I couldn't believe it. I was in awe and in shock at the same time that I had passed their test. Before I end with being at Logansport, I'd like to say throughout my life, I always knew that they give bad pills at mental hospitals. At first, I was not taking them and would hide them in my throat, then cough them up when I would walk away. I would then put them on medicine where I would then get put on medline, where I had to stay in the chair for 15 minutes after everybody was done taking their meds. I would then start taking them. A few weeks after taking those pills, I would notice them taking a toll on my body. Within a month, my sex drive was totally messed up. Also, shortly after, I would have this film or dandruff on my head. I could scrape or run my fingers through my head, and a thick film or dandruff would go in between my nails. It was a gross feeling. It was a gross feeling having that film or dandruff on my head. Something I would like to mention is truth of the fact is they put geniuses or smart people as well as mentally ill people in Logansport. The courts are designed to make money off people and railroad people. When they come across people who are hip to their game and smart enough to battle with the courts, they send them there to postpone whatever they're dealing with. The government is going to get time out of you one way or the other. Truth be told, if everyone in jail took their case to trial, it would more than likely dismantle the court system. People take plea deals because they want to get out of jail quick, not knowing they're setting them up for failure. It's designed that way. Tell me how many mess ups can complete probation and abide by all the rules. It's near impossible, but then again, it is possible if you put your mind to it. And with Jesus Christ intervening, after 6 months of being in there, the transport officer would then come and get me. It was the ex-warden who came to get me. So after driving maybe an hour, I reminded him that he would get me McDonald's when he came back. He said he would. He went to the first exit with the McDonald's. He let me order whatever I wanted. He would then pull to the parking lot. There he would unhandcuff me fully. I thought he was just going to uncuff me to eat. Note, no transporting officer will ever uncuff an inmate while transporting. He uncuffed me and I ate while he drove. I stayed uncuffed for the rest of the way. On the way back after eating McDonald's, I would be in the front seat uncuffed. The ex-warden was driving over 90 miles an hour the entire time with his seatbelt off, and he was texting majority of the time. I remember him paying attention to his text and messaging while driving 90 plus miles an hour. I remember getting the urge to grab the wheel and make his side of the car get hit by a semi. To be quite honest, I thought of killing us both. I thought to myself, if I grab the wheel and make him hit the semi head on, it's more than likely he's going to kill us both. But just in case, I'm going to make the driver's side get hit. If I survive, I just need to get the cuff key to unshackle my feet and I'll be gone. So many things ran through my mind as all the odds were stacked against me in the system. The district attorney, the judge, my own lawyer, the guards were all against me. My mind was thinking, while they have power and resources to put me away for good, I told myself I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison, but for something I didn't even do. It's so much harder being in a jail not knowing what they're plotting, and it's harder to be in jail, especially not knowing you're innocent. If a man, and I'm a man and fully believe if I'm a man enough to do the crime, I'm man enough to do the time. I was innocent, so it was harder for me, or on me. I really did nearly pull the wheel on him to crash, but something held me back from doing it. I also told myself that it was a test from God and that He will get me out of this ordeal. I put my full trust in Him, and I put my trust in Him and put it in His hands. As we neared the jail, about 10 to 15 minutes before getting to the jail, he would get ready to pull over to put the cuffs back on me. I told him I got it, so I placed the cuffs back on myself. We would then get back to the jail and I would be put in a pod. Something I like to mention is that even Joseph in the Bible struggled with the injustice of his situation, but he too kept on trusting God. So being in that pod, I was placed with this Mexican kid. He was in his 20s, but he looked like a youngster. Anyway, his brother owned a restaurant around there. He would act like he knew zero English. I would then talk to him, and he told me he's been in the United States for 5 years. I would talk to him, and majority of the time he acted like he didn't know what I was saying. But yeah, I would see him interacting with other guys. He had these two guys he was really close with. He would always play checkers and whatnot with them. As I would walk by, I would see him carrying a conversation. Then he'd see me and act like nothing. One night, as we were in our cell, I plainly told him, I don't know if you fully understand me, what I'm saying, but I believe you speak English and you're acting like you don't know. I told him that he's already been in the United States for 5 years and he works at a restaurant and that he knows a whole lot more English than he's saying. Any man being in the country for that long, especially working at a restaurant, would know a whole lot more. He acted like he didn't know what I was saying. A little while had passed. The Mexican looking kid would always loan me his tablet to listen to music on. They gave us tablets and the tablets they give us tablets and the tablets give inmates 1 hour of free music, or after you have to pay for it. I would use my hour up on my tablet, then use his. These tablets were near unbreakable. You can drop them, throw them, etc., and nothing will happen to them. One day I was listening to music laying down. I had the tablet on my knee, laying down. For some reason, I just pushed the tablet screen against my knee and it broke. I put the tablet back in its cubby. A short while later, an hour or so later, the other inmates would see that there was a broken tablet in the cubby. They would then start talking and saying it might have been me who broke it. Right after, they would accuse that it was me. All of a sudden, the Mexican kid didn't want to loan me his tablet anymore. He heard the other inmates saying it was me. When all of a sudden he stopped loaning me his tablet, I was for sure he spoke good English, as he knew exactly what they were saying. One of the guys he was close to didn't like me. I almost got into it with him. I told Brennan to come to the cell to fight. I told him in front of the whole pod. He backed down. He would then despise or disguise the plan. He would make sure or tell the Mexican kids to tell the guards I was bullying him and taking his commissary. The Mexican kid got commissary only once the whole time I was in there. It was just a few bucks. Truth be told, it was me feeding him the entire time as I had commissary when I was able to order. The Mexican kid and Brennan called the guards on the intercom and told them I was bullying the Mexican kid. The guards then came in and told me to pack my stuff. And then I asked the guard, what for? He said, you're going to solitary and you know what you did. I told the guard I didn't know what I had done. He said, you know. So I would be in solitary again, not knowing what I had went for. The way the guards went in and took me out of the pod, and then the way the guard said, you know what you did. For a week or two, I honestly thought the Mexican kid had said something falsely other than saying I was bullying him. I thought he told the guards that I had made advances on him or at him or something worse. The way it happened and for them to take me out had to be something big for them to take me out and put me in solitary. They don't take inmates out based on hearsay. They investigate what happened, and if there's cause, then they'll take action. As I said before, the guards treated me very badly and rude. It was hard for me to get a haircut in jail. The guards wouldn't grant me one. The few times I did get a haircut, I manipulated the guards to get one. Also, there was a time I convinced a lady guard to braid my hair in the pod. She would get in hot water for doing it. She was kind of new there and was a rookie, but she had a crush on me. So after getting back from Logansport Mental Hospital, I didn't know what was going on with my attorney situation. I had fired my attorney many times, and the courts would let him stay on my case. I wrote my attorney, Mr. Walton, a motion to retain my discovery. He would then send me a big envelope with like 20 stamps on it. The envelope didn't have a postmark on it. It also had a little sticky note that my attorney had wrote saying what you asked for. The lawyer sent me completely different papers. It wasn't my discovery. Someone personally took that envelope to the jail to give it to me. I'm sure the attorney dropped it off himself. After a while, I finally got a new attorney, Miss Berger. She would go visit me at the jail. I thought since I got a new attorney that they would now help me. I met her in the jail. They took me to a little room to talk to her. I took my papers and a file I created myself for her to win my case. She didn't want to hear what I had to say about my case. I would then go to court and try to fire her in open court. I told the court that it was a conflict of interest. I also told the courts that she didn't want to hear anything I had to say about my case. The district attorney, who was also against me, would then butt in and say not to let me fire her. She would then go visit me a second time at the jail, and was plain rude. I told her, if you're not going to help me, then recuse yourself from my case. She said she wasn't going to do that. She said, you're not going to help. She said, I can either have her represent me, or I could represent myself. I talked with her for a while about my case and about my wife setting me up. She was totally rude. I knew she was paid to railroad me. I remember arguing with her because she didn't want to represent me the correct way or listen to things or do things I wanted her to do to win my case. I would then also write her a motion for my discovery. She didn't want to give it to me. I then wrote the district attorney and the judge certified letter requesting my discovery. They didn't grant me it either. I would then go to court again and try to fire her. The courts then said I had to keep her or represent myself. She would then go on a third time to visit me. I would then walk into the little room to speak to her, and I told her, I'm not speaking to you anymore unless I have a recorder present to record our conversations. She would then tell me, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to let you record our conversations. I told her it's my right to have a recorder present and to talk to my attorney if I wish. I would then have my mom call her office and leave her several messages telling my attorney to call her back, as she wanted to know where to send the recorder. Note, my mom went out and bought me a recorder. My attorney wouldn't return any of my mom's calls. I would then go to court and they would set a trial date. During that time waiting, I had been writing the Supreme Court to have my trial in a higher court. I had everything, and all my attorney had to do was send paper to the Supreme Court for my case to get overturned to the Supreme Court. She never sent the letter. If I would have got my case overturned to the Supreme Court, I would have beat all my charges, and they would have seen it was a setup. I truly believe my case should have already been a high-profile case, as I was totally getting railroaded by the crooked court system. As I was waiting trial for several months, I would be in solitary confinement in the new part of the jail. They started doing booking in the new part of the jail. So the cell I was in, they had the people going in and out, meaning getting booked in and getting released. They also had other guys in that cell who were also in solitary confinement. I hated being in solitary in the new part of the jail. They would hardly let me use the phone. I barely got to go to rec, and they would give us showers once or twice a week. There was this one time, as I was in solitary, another lady guard, Brooke, came to the cell and told me, come here. She was acting all super nice. I asked her what she wanted. She said she had some papers she needed me to sign. I asked her what they are. She told me they're divorce papers and I had to sign them. I told her I'm not signing nothing. She then tried to plead with me to get me to sign them. I said, no, I won't. Someone took those papers to her personally. If you think about it, why would a guard try and force me to sign the divorce papers? She got mad at me and had a vendetta on me. The next day, me and these other guys were chatting. One of the guys said, did you know that if you flush a toilet 3 or 4 times in a row, that it'll flood the girls' cell next door? I didn't believe them, so I went behind the wall where the toilet was and I flushed the toilet 3 or 4 times. Sure enough, it flooded the girls' cell next to ours. The guard would then overlook the camera and say that it was me who flooded the girls' cell. In that cell I was in the cell I was in, they have 2 cameras. One when you walk in and the other right above the toilet. I then asked her or told her how she could have known it was me. I told her that's a violation of our rights for the camera to be pointing at us while we use the restroom. The toilet is behind a wall and impossible for her to know I flushed it unless the camera was recording and watching where we use the restroom. She would then have 2 guards come to the cell I was in. They came and said, you're moving to the cell across the hall. I then went to the door of the cell. The 2 male guards then told me that the sergeant lady told them that I had to get in that cell only in my underwear. I thought, why are they putting me would they put me in this cell if I'm already on punishment and solitary confinement? I told myself, fine, this cell you put me in is always warm. In the entire jail, that cell was the warmest. I knew this because I've been in there a few times going to court. So they put me in that cell. I went to sleep right away. It was warm when I went to sleep. An hour later, I woke up freezing. They had turned the air conditioner on full blast. From that moment, it was the coldest I've ever been. After about, I'd say, 12 to 15 hours of pure cold, I did cry. I was so cold. I was so cold in there. I had nothing to cover myself. They let me use the restroom once in the 24 hours I was in there. When I went to the restroom, I snuck a handful of toilet paper to try and cover at least my arms with it. It didn't do anything, but hey, it was worth a try. So as I was in that cell, I asked the other lady guard if she can have them turn the AC off as I was freezing. She said that they can't turn the AC off. They could have turned it off as I had been in that cell a few times when I went to court. Like I said, that cell was always warm. They froze me out on purpose. If you think about it, if I'm already on punishment, why would they have me or make me take my clothes off and put me in a cell across the hall? Then after an hour, all of a sudden it's freezing. Can you believe that when they brought me trays to eat, they would make sure whatever they gave me to drink was either ice cold or had ice in it? 24 hours is a long time to be freezing. Then to top it off, they gave me ice cold drink to make me freeze more. I took a few more sips as I needed something to drink. So after 23 hours, I was in there. They would come to serve me dinner and I couldn't move. I was in the hypothermia stages. The guard called me to get my tray, but I was shaking and couldn't move. She would then open the door and put my food in front of me in a rude manner. I then told them I didn't want it and needed to see the nurse. When they see me like that, all of a sudden, the main guard who was serving dinner got me out and put me back in the solitary cell. Suddenly the main guard who was serving dinner got me out and put me back in the solitary cell. I showed them my hands as I was shaking unbelievably. They were red from the cold. I would then ask the guards when I was getting out of solitary, as my month had almost expired for me to be in solitary. One of the guards would then tell me the warden said to give me another 2 weeks to a month. I would then write a letter to the warden telling him how it was an invasion of privacy for them recording people using the restroom. I handed the note to one of the guards that treated me right, and he took it to the warden. The warden then told the guard to tell me I had to do a few more days, then I could get out of solitary. If I hadn't wrote that letter, I would have been in there another 30 days. So for me not signing the divorce papers, she got revenge on me by putting me in a cell with my clothes off and turning the air conditioner on. Around the time I had supposedly flooded the girl's cell, I would see the girl who was in the setup, the girl who was with me at the homeless shelter, and asked to use my phone. As I was in solitary, she got booked in and put in with the girls who were in solitary. When I seen her, my mind started clicking to remember where I had seen her. It took me a second and I knew it was her. I would then manipulate the situation so I could find out who she was. I would yell next door to the girls and tell them she was an informant. In jail, if you're an informant and inmates find out for sure, you get beat up. I would then tell them she's an informant and to get me her name. The girls in the cell next to me would get me her name off her bracelet, as the jail issues bracelets with our name and whatnot on it, and yell her name back to me. I couldn't believe that I had seen her in there and to be able to get her name also. A short time would pass, a few days, I guess, from the time that the guard put me in the cell to freeze. So the guy who was an informant that was using my passcode and whatnot, well, the guards would put him in the solitary cell with me and two other guys before I went to trial. I think they wanted me to beat him up so I could get more charges added. So I wasn't there when they put him in the cell. I was in a meeting with my attorney. When they took me back to the solitary cell, he was sitting right there in the middle of the room. The guard opened the door and put me in The guard opened the door and put me in and walked away. As I went in, Charles tried to shake my hand. I ignored him. I would then confront him about working for the government and being a confidential informant on me. I would then tell him I heard that Dre got a super good deal from the prosecutor. I told him I heard that he only got a year for what he did. Charles would then say or act like he didn't know what the DA offered or gave him. I would then whisper and tell Troy and Cody about him, acting like I was whispering for us to jump him. All inmates know that if they find a confidential informant in a pod, that it's mandatory for them to get jumped or rolled out of that pod. A few minutes later, the guard would take me back to see my attorney just for a few minutes. When I returned, Charles was no longer there. I asked the guys who were in solitary with me, "Where's Charles?" They would then tell me that they seen him make a hand signal to the camera and that the guards would come and take him out right away. A few minutes after them telling me that Charles would then walk by the solitary cell, he would then raise his fingers and say a threat. He signaled with his fingers and said, "Watch, watch." Another memorable moment I like to say is when I was visiting with my attorney. I had showed her all the papers and had things I had to beat my trial. She knew about the setup and whatnot also, so I made this remark about Jen's ex-husband, that she truly didn't love him. My attorney got offended when I said that, and she told me, and she does love her ex-husband or something like that. She said it in an absolute mean manner. My attorney and I clashed as well. My attorney and I clashed as she was railroading me, and was totally against me working for them. So I was in the new side of the jail. I loved taking a shower there, as the water was scorching hot. It gave me strength. I would let the hot water burn me and would think, at least I'm not going to have to go through this pain after I die. I would then tell myself, this pain is temporary for me, but for them, it's going to be for eternity, for the cards who are non-believers, and for the cruelest people, as well as my wife and her ex-husband and the people who set me up. As I was awaiting trial, they would postpone my trial again. I would then write motions to get my case dismissed, as they had violated my right by not granting me a fast and speedy trial. I would then tell my attorney to get me the court minutes of everything that transpired in court. She didn't want to get them for me. I would then have my mom retain the court minutes. My mom called to the courthouse and they told her she would have to pay XX amount. I believe my mom spent over $500 retaining the court minutes for me. I got the court minutes to prove they violated my rights. I went to court again and had all my paperwork and court minutes to prove that they violated rule number 4, fast and speedy. I had the paperwork and my case should have gotten dismissed right there. I told the judge, here's all the paperwork of the courts violating my human rights, and here's the court minutes to prove I asked for a fast and speedy trial since before my second court appearance. Judge would then ask the DA if I had written him a motion asking for a fast and speedy trial. The district attorney said yes, that he received a motion even before them asking for an evaluation from me. The case should have got dismissed right there. The judge railroaded me and went ahead and set another trial date. When I went to court, I had to speak up for myself as my attorney wasn't doing her job or working for me. So awaiting trial again, they would offer me a deal to just do 1 more year in prison. I told them I'm not taking any deal as I'm not guilty. I also knew or know that if you take a deal from the courts, that it would mess up my lawsuit when the time came to be, as I wasn't guilty. Shortly later on, I would have depositions. I went into a room with the district attorney and my attorney. They were both speaking lies, so I told the guard to take me back to my cell. Note, the 2 men that held me at gunpoint for breaking the window were there in the other room, waiting to speak to my lawyer and the district attorney. I would then go to trial. That day, I was scared and iffy if I should just take the 1 year, as the odds were stacked up against me. The judge was against me, the district attorney was against me, my own attorney was against me, and plus, it was a small town where everybody knows everybody there. I would then tell my attorney to ask the DA if the 1 year deal was still on the table. She asked him, he said no, but I'll offer you 5.5 years. I'm not gonna lie, I was even tempted to take the 5.5 years, as I told myself maybe it's better just to take the 5.5 years because I'm going to do 20 plus years in prison. I asked God for guidance and asked him what to do. He put it in my heart to go through with the trial. I then told my attorney and district attorney we're going through with the trial. The trial would then start. My attorney didn't get me any dash cam or any body cam footage of things I needed to beat the trial, so I was a sitting duck. I couldn't do anything. The cops would get on the stand and lie. So one of the cops got on the stand. It was a cop who broke my face. I then learned he was the instructor for self-defense and he trained the other cops. That's how he knew to hit me in that spot on my face. He was trained and knew exactly where to hit to cause long-term damage. The trial went on for a few days. The trial would come to a halt and the jury would make their decision if I was guilty or not. They found me guilty on all the charges except for the main charge that would have sent me to prison for the long term. It was the escape charge. Truth be told, I lost on those charges because my attorney didn't represent me the correct way and provide me any video footage, etc. If they had shown footage, I would have beat that trial. But also, if they had shown that footage, they would have got caught in a full sting on me. The truth would have came out about the setup. That's why they didn't present video footage or give me discovery as requested. I wrote to both the attorneys I had. I wrote to the judge, I wrote to the district attorney requesting my discovery, but couldn't retain it from either of them. I'd also like to note the second attorney that represented me, I found out from another Mason that her dad was an attorney and a Mason that was a big timer and represented other people in high power. I would then await sentencing. When my sentencing date came up, my attorney would act like she was going to get me time served or a shorter sentence in prison. I knew she was just saying that and lying to me. On that court date, the judge would hand the book to me. He would give me the maximum sentence that he could give me. He gave me 5 years in the Indiana State Penitentiary. Right before I went to prison, the dog catcher guy would tell me that they had to put my dog down as he was too mean for anyone to adopt him. I told the dog catcher that he said he would hold my dog as long as I was in jail or prison, and when I got out, I would just have to pay $8 a day. He didn't really give an explanation and said that they had to put him down. If you think about it, it just didn't add up. He gave me his word and told me that they would hold my dog for me until I got out, and I would just have to pay for them taking care of him. Also, if you think about it, how Justin and Jen said in their messages that they were going to keep my dog and that I would be sent away for good. I believe that they said that and gave my dog to Jen and her ex-husband. It was super crooked for them to do that the way they did it. And plus, if you think about it, how the guards came and tried to make me sign the adoption papers for him, then they say that they had to put him down because they couldn't find a family to adopt him. I still don't even understand why they would even say they wanted a family to adopt him, as they knew he was my service dog. They knew he was my companion. They knew I needed him, but they still did their crooked ways and said that they put him down, but gave him to my ex-wife and her ex-husband. Note, I like to say that since I've been out of prison, I've been able to locate exactly where my dog is, as well as know who has him. I would then get sent to prison in Carlisle, Indiana. Being in there was hard, but not nearly as hard as the jail or the mental hospital. A few guards mistreated me in there, but it cooled down a lot. The guards didn't treat me nearly as bad as in the jail. They couldn't treat me bad like that in the jail because there was too many other inmates. The inmates would have gotten together and retaliated on the guards for them doing what they did to me in the first jail. Prison and jail are two different worlds. Being in that prison was also cold. We would have to wake up early in the morning and have to go to group for an hour. If we didn't go to group, they would take our privileges away. They would take our tablets they issued us and put us on lockdown for not going to group. Being in there, I only got in one fight. I got into many confrontations, altercation, but just one fight. As I was in prison, Jen would send me pics of my dog Brody. She sent me pics because she wanted to hurt me and she knew what my dog meant to me. I still can't believe after everything she did, she would try to write me a letter and send me pics of my dog. I also like to mention something cool and amazing that God did for me while I was in prison. So I was scared about my mom's diabetes. I was scared something would happen to her because of her diabetes. My mom was my only lifeline. She's all I had in there. I had no one else in the world. God heard my prayer and cured her of her diabetes. I truly believe God healed her as He wanted to give me one less worry. God truly knows my heart. He truly is a God of love and my provider. He knows what's best and gives me exactly at the right time what I need at the right time. Another thing I'd like to mention is my mom did spend thousands of dollars on me, on papers I needed, as well as commissary, etc. She ran around for me and got papers I needed or notarized. For that, I thank my mom. Time would come around and get close for me to get out. My mom would then buy me a plane ticket, so when I got out, they would just drop me off at the airport. A week before I got out, the lady who was my counselor and helping me prepare to come home would call me into her office. She would then tell me I had 2 years parole and I needed to sign the paper for it. I wasn't going to sign it because that wasn't part of the deal. My attorney specifically told me that I would have no parole. I'd end up signing it because I didn't want to stay a year fighting it in prison. Plus, my mom had already bought me a plane ticket to come home. I would then get out and transport. I would then get out and transport me to the airport where I'd have to wait 12 hours for my flight. I would then return to New Mexico Airport. My 2 sisters would be there to pick me up. As I onboarded the plane, I had no idea where I was. It was a late night, and when I arrived, so there was no people working that could tell me directions or where to go. I asked a few people if I could borrow their phone to call my sister, but they wouldn't loan me it. Finally, a lady let me borrow her phone. My sister didn't answer when I called, so I called my mom and told her to try my sister's phone number. My mom would then call my sister on my dad's phone, and my sister would tell my mom to tell me she was arriving. I had no clue where to meet my sister. I asked God to guide me, in which He pointed me to the exact location. I thought I was going to be at the airport for hours looking to find my sisters. When my sisters arrived, they got out of the car to greet me. Right away, my little sister told me, "You're fat." I was fat, the fattest I've ever been by far. I was weighing in at 243 pounds the last time I checked when I was in prison. I would return back to my hometown. I would go to work with my brother as a meat processing plant. Within a week of getting out, my goal was to save up enough money to buy a vehicle and flip it, and make enough money to hire a private investigator or lawyer to get my discovery, as it was never presented to me as requested. When I got out, I did contact the Attorney General in Indiana. They said that they don't handle cases like mine. I then called the United States Department of Justice. They had me on the runaround, then told me to contact the FBI, to which I did. The FBI said they'll look into it, to which they never did. It's proven that all governments are considered evil. They all stick together. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, kind of ordeal between them. It's crazy to think that a person can get set up and it go unheard of. If God wasn't with me and let my testimony hold power, it would have went unheard of. When I came back to my hometown, I would go to the DMV to get my ID. The people at the DMV had me on the runaround getting proof of address and whatnot. I would get everything they needed. When I went to take the pic to get my ID, the lady would tell me it's not letting her do it. She would then tell me it's because of my DUI in Washington and for fines. I owed almost $9,000. I couldn't get an ID because of it. A year later, my mom would tell me to let's go try again. I told her it wouldn't go through and didn't really want to go. I then had a change of heart and we went. To my amazement, I was able to get an ID. I then called to Washington and asked how much I owed. They told me I owed $2,171. Someone had paid or took $7,000 off my fines. Someone doing that released the hold. I had to get a simple ID. It was truly God that did that for me. A few days after I got back home, I went to this guy's house that I had dug a septic tank by hand for before I left to Illinois. So I dug the septic tank and he was treating me wrong. So I went into his house and beat him up. I talked to him and seen I talked to him and seen him a few times after that little dilemma happened. He didn't do anything. When I came back home and went over to his house, he pulled a rifle out on me. He said, I got my gun rights back, leave. So I left. If I was a man still living for the world, I would have retaliated sooner or later. I don't have a heart or mind that lives for the world. I'm a true soldier of Jesus Christ and live for him. Another month or so of working and saving up money, my sister would ask my older brother, who I worked with, to borrow $1,000 to help my little sister pay a payment on her Jeep. As we were driving to work, my brothers told me that my sister wanted to borrow $1,000, but she didn't have it to loan her. But he didn't have it to loan her. Later on that night, I told my sister, I can't loan you the money, but that you have to pay me back within a month. Both her and her husband agreed to pay me within a month. Her husband had even said, we'll make sure to pay you back first before we pay anyone else. When he said that, I told myself, oh shoot, they're not going to pay me as they owe others money. A month or so would pass and I would ask for my money as I needed it to buy a vehicle. When I would message her and ask her if she was going to pay me, she would just ignore me. Later on down the road, I would also loan my little brother money. He told me whatever I loan him, he'd pay me double back. I loaned him the money and he too would land up burning me and telling lies on me. I searched and searched for a cheap vehicle but couldn't find a good vehicle under $3,500. The price of cars went up significantly since the COVID pandemic. My boss, whom I worked for, had a Ferguson tractor that was worth $60,000. He needed some funds quickly, so he told us to find a buyer for the tractor. I told myself I'll sell the tractor and make enough profit to buy a vehicle. My boss only wanted 25 grand. I found a buyer at 27,500. The buyer came over to the house to see the tractor. He cranked it and checked it out. Everything worked properly, to which it did. He then said he'd be back with the money in a day or so. During the time waiting, my brother would go to the tractor and start playing in the backyard, picking stuff up with the bucket claw. The guy would come back the next day. All of a sudden, the claw bucket didn't close properly. The buyer landed up making a deal with my boss for 26 grand. I had made $1,000, and all of a sudden, my brother said half of it was his, and that he was going to give his half to my parents, and said I have to give my parents my half also. I had no choice and had to agree with him, as he was my boss at work, and I needed funds to start my life out again. My brother messed that deal up for me with that tractor. If I would have sold the tractor for my first asking price, I would have made enough profit to buy a vehicle and my life would be different right now. It just shows that God is in full control and nothing can thwart his working. The guy I sold the tractor to was a prominent business owner. He owned a septic service. He had money. He would then sell the tractor for 50 grand and make 24 grand profit. The guy who bought the tractor I had known for years. He had told me that he had a few trucks, equipment, property, and a diesel pusher for sale or trade. He told me he'd let me barter them and make a profit. I kept asking him if I could go and take pics of the stuff he had to sell or trade. He would then make excuses and whatnot. He only sent me a video of his diesel pusher and no pics. I was never able to barter any of his things, as his word was no good. If I had been able to barter a few of his possessions, I would have made enough profit to buy a vehicle and start bartering for myself. Again, it shows that God is in full control. So working there, my brother was second in command. There was a guy who was higher up than him. My brother and him were best friends. He had many possessions and kept also telling me I could barter and flip a few of his possessions. When it came down to it, he didn't let me. He was a fake. After a few months, I had found a nice Jaguar for $3,800. I kept asking my sister if she was going to pay me, as I found a car I wanted. She ignored me. If she would have paid me, I wouldn't be in this predicament I'm in right now. I would have been able to buy a vehicle, sell it, and make enough to hire a private investigator or lawyer. My sister would then start telling lies on me and whatnot. She truly turned the family against me. She made it seem like I was the bad guy. Yeah, I was the bad guy for helping her out. LOL. Later on down the road, as me and my brother were driving to work, my brother told me, you don't know that mom and dad went to see your son Cameron at Chris and Robin's house, right? Note, Chris is my half brother, the brother I pulled a gun on an undercover cop for his girlfriend at the time. I said I didn't know. He then said my two sisters set it up for my parents to meet my ex-wife and her new boyfriend and my son at my other half brother's house. I then confronted my dad and asked him if he met my son, my ex-wife, and her boyfriend. My dad then told me he doesn't remember and acted like he didn't remember. I kind of believed my dad when he told me that, as he had went through a rough patch for COVID. When he caught COVID, he lost his memory a little. COVID definitely changed him. He had his days where he didn't remember, but I could tell that he was lying about it, about not seeing my son. He remembered. I then asked my mom, and she denied it also. I told her, how could you betray me like that? I told her she could have told me because she was going to meet. I told her she could have told me that because she was going to meet my son, my ex-wife, and her new boyfriend, and I wouldn't have cared. It was going behind my back that hurt. I had heard that my son was coming and had heard that she was bringing her new boyfriend. She asked my mom if it was all right if she bring him to the house. I then sent a text message to my ex-wife and told her it would be fine if she bring him over and I would like to meet him. In that message, I told her I was fine with him as long as he treated my son right. My ex-wife came to New Mexico from Washington, met up with my sisters, and they plotted for my parents to go behind my back and meet them at my half-brother's house. A short while later, my sister and her boyfriend came over. As she was walking out, my older brother confronted her in front of me and said, "Tell Kevin that you and Justina set it up for Jackie, my son, and her new boyfriend to meet mom and dad at Chris and Robin's." My little sister would then say, "No, I didn't. No, I didn't." I could tell she was lying. As I was working there, I met this guy and his girlfriend who started working there. We became friends, I guess you could say. One day, they came and picked me up, and we went out drinking. Him and his girlfriend would then get into a huge argument, and he would break the front windshield of their car. We would then leave, and her boyfriend would start talking about her dad or one of his family members, how he wanted to beat them up. His girlfriend would then say, "If you want to do that, I'll take you over there." She took him to the house about 5 miles out on the outskirts of town. As we were on our way, she was flying through town, going really fast through busy streets and whatnot, nearly killing us. We would then arrive at the house, and her boyfriend would go in the house. I would hear them arguing. I would then go in the house, and the guy would point the gun at me. I honestly thought that he was going to shoot me for stupidity. After that little thing happened, I wouldn't see that guy or his girlfriend much after that. So I worked at the meat plant for I think 4 months. After I would be done spending my money, my trial would be the hardest it's ever been. I had absolutely no one to talk to. I felt like the world was against me. I couldn't even walk into a room in the morning without my mom yelling or arguing with me for no reason. My dad didn't talk to me. My dad didn't talk to me, and my brother also really didn't talk to me. My brother would always go out. He would see how lonely I was and not offer to take me even for a simple ride. I spent most of my time in my room during the loneliest time of my life. That's when I found true love from God. His presence was unbelievable. I could totally feel his love and compassion on me. When I say I had absolutely no one, I mean I had no one, zero, no family, no friends, etc. Having no one went on for anywhere from 5 to 7 months. It was lonely human-wise, but I found great joy in my loneliness. I felt his true love in my heart and felt his presence. The way God works is unbelievable. He gives you exactly what you need at exactly the right time. I honestly thought when I got out of prison that I would write my testimony and give it, and my life would be downhill from there, as everything would be in the open, the setup. When I was in prison, I thought I'd get out and God would do his thing for me right away. He tested me to go through the loneliest time of my life to see if I'd still praise him. My heart belongs to him. I belong to him. I praise Jesus even more. The highest form of worship is praising God in the storm, praising him when he seems distant, praising him no matter what comes. I love my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ with all my heart and soul. When I look back as to why he counted me worthy of all this, it's because I've always acknowledged that my heart was his. I've always put my trust in him. No matter what, he counted me worthy because he knew my heart. He knew I wouldn't falter. I stayed true. In all my life, I've never denied Jesus, and I never will. I'll give him praise as he is the potter and I am the clay. He molds and shapes me as he pleases, and I fully submit to him alone. He is worthy to be praised, honored, worshipped, and glorified. During that time of isolation, the devil would try to kill me 2 different times in my sleep. I always sleep with the light on and always sleep on my stomach, always. Both times he attacked me the light was off and I was laying on my back. So when he attacks you, you can feel his presence a second before he attacks. Your whole body fills with fear. So when he attacked, it's like he got on top of me and was choking me to death. I couldn't breathe whatsoever. I could feel his weight crushing and pinning me down. His presence was so scary that I wasn't able to move a muscle. I tried to scream, but I couldn't move any part of my body. The second time he attacked me, I put my trust in Jesus again. The second time he started choking me as well, I would say or repeat, I rebuke you, Satan, in the name of Lord Jesus Christ, and you shall bow down to the foot of the cross. Get away from me, evil. Get away from me, Satan. Each time he attacked me and tried to kill me, I repeated that 3 or 4 different times before he fled. I honestly believe that God, Jesus Christ, gave the devil permission to try and kill me, just like Job. Just like Job, when Satan said, you don't have a servant on earth that will curse you to your face if you don't have a hedge around him. God said, oh yeah, try my servant Job, but only spare his life. Job never cursed God. I think God did the opposite. The devil said, let's see if he turns to you if I try and kill him. If he doesn't turn to you, allow me to kill him. I'm one to know the devil, Satan, can't take life without God's permission. I believe God gave him the go-ahead. Satan tried with all his might to end my life. But who did I turn to when my life was in jeopardy? It was Jesus Christ I turned to and put my trust in. You know, Satan usually sends his demons to do his dirty work. My faith and trust in God is so strong and powerful that he came himself. He didn't send his followers to do his dirty work, as he knew they would fail guaranteedly. He said, I'll do it myself, as he is the strongest of them all. He failed twice, 3 times, including the other time he attacked me in the MDC jail. All in all, I must be valuable because he tried to kill me on 3 separate occasions. The devil doesn't attack what already belongs to him. Satan wanted my life bad, as he knows and knew I have goodness in my heart. He knows my heart is pure. He knows I'm a righteous man, and he knows I love my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ with all my strength, with all my heart, and with all my soul. Satan knows that my full trust is in the Lord Jesus Christ. Can you believe I beat Satan at his own game? Can you believe of all the people in the world, I defeated him when he tried to take my life? If I wasn't something, why did he try to take my life? During this time in isolation, I would spend most of my time watching and learning about Jesus. I spent days knowing all I can about him. I spent my days praising and giving him all the glory. When I got COVID, I watched funny videos, but still gave most of my time to him. So I said that when I got out of prison, I thought God would display me and put it in my heart to write my testimony and to present it to the world. I don't think my testimony would have been strong enough with only having a blurry picture of Jesus Christ. I don't think the world would have agreed that it was Jesus, as Pick had a blur. You can see him in a cloud with his hands up. It's definitely Pick from out of this world. But I don't think the world would have agreed 100%. They would have been iffy about it. So one day I had it in my heart and mind to take a video of the fire and post it on Facebook and say to turn from your evil ways, as you can be in the fire like this for all eternity. It was on my mind to get a video of the fire and post it, but for some reason I kept putting it off. I kept thinking about it and every day for a week or 2, but would then say, oh, later I'll keep, and kept putting it off. After about a week or two, I was laying in bed at around midnight. For some reason, I had it in my heart to get my phone and go record the fire in the fireplace. It was like something drew me there. I went over to the fireplace, clicked camera on my phone to get a video. I snapped a shot, then went to video right away and started recording. I would then see Jesus Christ in the middle of the fire. I was in shock and in awe. I was speechless as my full attention was on Jesus. I could see in my provisional vision a depiction of Satan also. He was trying to blend in with the video. I noticed him but didn't want to take my eyes off Jesus. So my dad is a hot-blooded man. He loves to burn wood. When I walked into the living room, the fire stove was putting off huge heat. I think it was one of the most burning ash in fireplace my dad ever had. He put so much wood in that night that the fire was full of burning embers or ash and was throwing out huge heat. As I was recording, my phone overheated and would shut down. When it shut down, I freaked out. I told myself, oh my God, I captured Jesus Christ on video and now no one will believe me. I kept praying, saying, please, Lord, please, my Lord, let this video be saved on my phone. I turned my phone on and the pic and video was there. I couldn't believe Jesus Christ presented himself or manifested himself to me. So for the first week or so, I kept watching the video over and over. For some reason, I felt or knew that if I kept watching it over and over, it would delete or something would happen to the video. One morning, I woke up to play the video as I woke. When I clicked video play, all of a sudden it said can't play video. I freaked out because it wasn't playing. I told myself I knew the devil was going to try and delete it or make something happen to it. After a while, I remembered I had sent it to someone's phone. When I tried to play video, it played. I then copied and saved it. It was such a relief that it played. Later on down the road, God would do another amazing things for me. One night I was standing outside of the deck. For some reason, I had it in my heart to pull my phone out and to record the moon. In all my life, I've never recorded the fire or moon until now. So I had it in my heart to start recording the moon. I pulled my phone out, started recording. A few seconds later, I would see an orb on my phone. All of a sudden, I seen a second orb. I freaked out as I knew something spontaneous was about to happen. All of a sudden, clouds started forming out of nothing. In that video, I would see an angel. At the end of the video, it would be a depiction of Jesus Christ. I was in awe when God manifested himself to me again. In all my life, I've never seen clouds form out of nothing. That was truly God showing me his glory and to show the world for the ending times. As it says in the ending days, you shall see signs in the sun and in the moon and in the stars. Later on down the road, one night I was drinking heavily. I started feeling bad for myself and the way my life was. I was crying. I was in my room crying. My brother Justin would then call my other brother and tell him. My brother would get on the phone and ask me what's wrong. I told him I was contemplating something bad. He then asked me what I needed. I told him I just needed a vehicle to start bartering. He would then tell me, don't worry about it, I got you. Weeks would pass and he wouldn't say or message me. A month passed and I finally asked him if he was going to help me like he said he would. He said he would keep putting it off. A short while later, he would buy his daughter a brand new car. I would message him and ask him again. He would then say he couldn't help me. In a way, I knew he wouldn't help me, as he was always jealous of me when I was bartering in Washington. I would always send him pics of my vehicles and whatnot. Truth be told, he didn't want to see me do better than him, and that's why he had a change of heart. So around or after my time in isolation, my ex-wife who set me up would message me. I took it as an opportunity. I told myself I'll talk to her and get her to scrutinize herself. I'll give her enough rope to hang herself. I knew I'd get her to say something she shouldn't have. So she messaged me saying how she was lost for the past 5 years without me and whatnot. I told her, remember, I caught you and Justin at Motel 6? She said, no, I wasn't with Justin at that time. I then said, yeah, I grabbed your ankle. And he said, Kevin, no. She would then say, no, I don't remember, and then say, are you okay? She wanted to seem like I was delusional or something. I let it go. So I would talk to her for about a week. So when I talked to Jen and she said she was lost without me and whatnot, while I was trying to lure her and get her to talk or slip up, I succeeded, and we would stop talking. During that week that I talked to her, I would get her to slip up bad 2 different times. One of the times she said, I could have offed you myself and got away with it. Show pic of message. Another time she would say, I don't fear you. You'll be in jail before you ever see me again. She totally fell into my trap and said things she shouldn't have. She also sent me text messages between her and her ex that were recent messages. I manipulated her, and she would send me things pertaining to her and Justin. Here's the proof that she had gotten back with her ex-husband. Show pic of messages. I believe it's amazing the way God built me to be an elite and to adapt to my environment. After a week, we would end up getting in an argument and stop talking. I got what I needed out of her. During that time, I would also look up her name. I found an active Facebook account with her ex-husband's last name. It was a profile made after I went to jail. If you think about it, why would she have an active Facebook with his last name if they hadn't been together for years supposedly? Not long after our argument, I would notice cars from out of state passing by my house. I seen a few people passing by recording. They were taunting me and seeing what I would do. My cousin, who I hadn't seen in 20 plus years, would then start coming over to my house. I would then tell him about being set up and whatnot. Truth be told, he was sketchy. It was sketchy to me that all of a sudden he started coming over. So one day he came over to pick me up. As I got into his SUV, another SUV would pull in front of my house and the road and just park there. I told my cousin to let's pull beside him. We would pull beside him, and I asked him what he was doing. He said he was using the phone. We would then leave, and I told my cousin, I told you that they were scouting me out. He would then say, didn't you see his hat? What it said? I said, I didn't notice. He said it was a government-issued Border Patrol hat. That too was sketchy for me. So I said, so we would go for a ride to the mountains to see a buddy of mine that I hadn't seen in a long time. As we were at his house, I would notice these cars passing by his house, going slow without a state license plate. The place we were at, there's hardly any cars that pass up as it's in the mountains. I believe they were taunting me. I would then tell my cousin to let's leave. As we got to the bottom of the mountain, we would see a car waiting for us. It was super sketchy. We would drive for a minute and I would tell him to turn off. So we did. We would then drive slow and could see other cars on the other road following our speed. They were exactly even with us, but on the road that's 100 yards or so away. We will then get on a dirt road and have him bring me home. He too was freaked out. He would then tell me, now I believe you that you got set up. So all in all, my intention is to let others know that I feel honored for having gone through the trials of fire and coming out refined on the other side. By the grace of God, I learned valuable lessons and I became a better person who was more interested in helping others and getting to become closer to the Lord. After reading A Place of Resolution, I began to wonder why God allowed me to suffer. I finally realized that I can speak to others who are struggling and trying to find peace. My intention is to start a ministry based on helping others and to reach out to Christ for strength and consolation. I could give my testimony to individuals or groups who need support in becoming more like Christ, more Christ-like. If you would like to inquire about my services, I can be reached at kpromero85@gmail.com. In closing, I want to thank all of you who have taken the time to hear my testimony. I sincerely hope that it has been helpful to you. I encourage others to examine their lives and reach out to Jesus Christ as He is soon returning. So be on your guard in season and out of season. I'd like to note that my dad has since lost his battle with cancer, and I pray that he may rest in peace. This is for entertainment purposes only.